3:30 on Saturday morning to make sure we got our spot.
There you go. Yep. Are you ready for them early 3:30 in the morning wake up times to go ice fishing? Welcome to the very final segment of the 2022 SmackDown Outdoors virtual ice fishing show, brought to you by Clam Outdoors, Glacier Ice Houses, and Thorn Brothers. If you are in the area, in the Thorn Brothers area, until they close, 5 o'clock, until we wrap out the show, come on up, come upstairs, hang out with us for a little bit. We've got a Alan Kichler custom rod we are giving away to somebody who has stopped by. We've got some names in the bucket. So get signed up for that. That would be greatly appreciated. All we need is a name and number. We're not going to sell your information. None of that stuff. We're going to draw the winner after we're done with our final segment here, and then we're going to head on out. So let's go through today's list of vendors, Dale.
Oh, my goodness. We're going out strong with Sullivan Tip Downs, Della Bay, Blackhole Patch, Macula Tackle, Kichler Custom Rods. Alan's with us, right? Meow, Katz Koverz, and Burtec Ice.
Yes. For those of you that have been watching this, you know exactly how this show works. For those of you that have never seen this, you tune in for the first time, what we do is we have companies join us for about 20-25 minutes to show off their products. And probably the most important part about this is that you can ask questions and we will get them answered for you. So if somebody's up showing their stuff, you got a question, type away, put it in there, and we'll ask it. So then you and everybody else knows you're not the first one to think of it. So if you think it's a dumb question, it's not. I probably have the same question myself. So make sure you ask your questions, get them in early and soon. As just when you think of it, type it in there so we can get to it.
It's more likely you'll ask a smart question and we will give you a dumb answer.
Yeah, we will give you the dumb answer. The vendor, well, obviously, hopefully they know what they're talking about. So let's see. Share the live stream. That's right. Share it, and share it as often as you can. Share it all groups and multiple pages if you got them. Share it away because you can be entered to win some really cool prizes, like a $250 Horn Dog Maps gift certificate, which Horn Dog Maps 20% off right now using that discount code SmackDown. So. And he didn't say no to stacking discount and the gift card. So if you win it, you get yourself a pretty darn nice deal right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Big time.
So that's kind of the show breakdown. Share the live stream and you get entered to win. And if I get here's the thing. If I get a hold of you this next week, you won something. If I don't get a hold of you, you didn't win, but thank you very much for spreading the word of the show. We greatly, greatly appreciate it. And also thank you to everybody that has watched this year, last year, the first year. You're all fantastic. We have names that we see them all weekend, the same person all weekend, multiple people that do this, that watch all weekend. And we greatly appreciate your support and watching. It's fantastic. And we're not going to apologize for those of you that spend too much money this weekend.
It's kind of the point.
Exactly. So it's
I'm right
not
there
our
with
fault.
you. I'm right there with you.
Yeah, it's not our fault. All right. Tell us where you're watching from, especially what state you're watching from. Keeping a little list of states that we're covering, and it's pretty good. I don't know. We have about 20 states, 19 states.
Nice,
so let's make it 20. Let's make it 20 states.
David just caught a smallmouth while listening.
Did he? Is that what's
Yeah,
going on?
he's taking us to the river. So that's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. David Kelly just got a smallmouth. Nice.
Joey there, he has been here since Friday.
Yep. Joey's been here. What's up, Sa? How you doing? David Kelly. Well, boys, I'm taking you river fishing. Taking you river fishing to finish this. I hope to set some hooks. Well, apparently, fast forward down to about 5 minutes later, and you did.
Hope no more, isn't that? No, Faith no more. That's the band.
Yeah.
What's the biggest fish you guys caught?
I have a 52-inch sturgeon.
66 by 29.
Good. Thanks for outdoing me.
Probably about a 45-pound amberjack.
Nice fish.
Yeah, we did the conversion chart thing on my sturgeon. It's somewhere between the high 70s, low 80s.
Yeah. Joey,
cool.
Hey, I didn't lose my cold snap hook remover. I won this year. The one from the year before is still at the bottom of the lake.
Oh, so they sink, do they?
Yeah. We got Iowa checking in. We got Wyoming. We've got Ohio. We've got, yes, how about a Canadian province? Let
we
us
have
know. We got
Manitoba in there?
Manitoba.
We got Saskatchewan and Manitoba written down.
Nice. So do us a fishing, ice fishing Manitoba. If you know anybody else from the rest of the,
Get some
the
Ontarios.
provinces, let them know. Checking in, tell them, hey, go check in. Let them know you're there, the Providence, so we can cover all the provinces there.
Let's
And then Mitch
Northwest
comes in
territory.
with the Thunder 10-footer.
Oh, a 10-foot sturgeon in
Jeez
Oregon.
Louise.
We'll just show up the host. Thanks.
Uh,
Jeez Louise. Nice.
yeah, white sturgeons don't count.
Nice.
Totally
Let's go. Pull the teal poppers off the grill. Ooh, there you go.
Ooh.
Teal
And-
poppers. My mind went someplace else.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we got Cambridge, Minnesota.
And you're not bringing those by, Tony? That's super rude.
Yep. All right. Before we get going with the vendors, Sullivan Tip Down's just walked in the building. Let's talk to Jim Ekman. Boom. Look at that guy right there.
There
From
he
Band
is.
of Brothers Outdoors. If you noticed,
Hey, Jim.
I have a Band of Brothers hoodie on. I've helped them out with an event. Hi, Jim.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for having us in here this afternoon.
Yeah, it's
going good, man.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Real quick, give your background a little bit and then how you ended up doing all this, and have at it.
So I started with Band Brothers Outdoors basically for back on day one in 2015. We incorporated in 2016, got our official license early 2016. I am currently the vice president of our organization and have been since probably 2018.
Yeah.
We're strictly a volunteer group. Nobody makes a penny doing what we do. It was initially started by 3 veterans. Our president, Jared Teely, is still actively on our staff from one of the original founders. And it was 3 veterans with the same basically like minds. They started to help out. They had a veteran that had reached out to somebody that they knew in need of some equipment. I know Doug had asked me at one time, and I feel dumb because I don't know, the whole background behind when Band of Brothers Outdoors was originated, but I know the basic principle and how it, came to be.
Okay. Now, how did it come to be?
Well, Jared and 2 other veterans were trying to help out one of their fellow veterans that they all knew, get them some gear. So
That kind of seems to be the running
Yep.
theme, is that you get a veteran or somebody that knows some veterans that needs some gear.
Yep.
And to go out, fishing or hunting or whatever, and then it's like, okay, well, that's a good idea. So then let's help somebody else and somebody else and somebody else. So we got David Scheidler from We Got Your 6 Outdoor Adventures. Is that a pretty similar start? Pretty similar. Yeah. So that seems to be kind of the theme. It's like, let's get some guys some gear or get them outdoors. And then it just like, let's keep doing this for
Yep.
more people. So
and that's exactly how I got started. Somebody that I was connected with on Facebook was reaching out because of a fellow veteran's ice fishing gear was stolen out of the back of his pickup truck, and they were looking for donations to try to get this guy all of his fishing equipment back: the auger, the Vexlars, the fish trap, whatever it was at the time. And I met a complete stranger up in Elk River, gave him $100 bill and said, "Hope you can get everything you need for this veteran." And I said, "By the way, I got a place on Mille Lacs. If you ever want to, if you ever got veterans that want to get out and go fishing, I'd be happy to take some veterans out." I got a call the next week from at the time, the vice president of the organization, and we met, and it's been happily ever after since then. I started out as a complete volunteer or a helper, like you were with us this summer, Doug. And ever since then, it's just been a steady stream. And for me, it's super rewarding to be able to give back. And for me, as Doug knows, maybe all of you don't know, it's become a family affair for us. I mean, I've got myself, my oldest son, Reed, who was just with me on an event this weekend, my next older boy, Austin, and then my wife, and then their spouses and significant others as well, just all chip in and help out. It's great.
Yeah. No, I just want to say thank you for letting me come and play the part of a fishing guide.
Yeah.
For the weekend, and the veteran that I had, it was an incredible time with him. He had an amazing story, his story, and actually his brother's story. Being able to spend time in the boat with these guys, and there's also ladies, is something that I just absolutely enjoy.
Yep.
because of the stories, and
Yep.
trying to help them forget about things, and for a little while at
Yep.
least. And yeah, you guys did an excellent job.
Thank you.
You guys did a superb job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, we appreciate that. We love to hear the feedback. This weekend we just came back, Reed and I, this morning to be here this afternoon. We were out in Brule, Wisconsin since Friday morning with 3 veterans. We keep this trip small because we're into some pretty tight areas in the streams, hiking in and stuff. So it's been a long weekend. We were up Saturday morning at 3:30 in the morning to make sure we could assure these 3 vets were in prime spots.
Nice.
And
We caught some fish. It's been slow because the water levels are down, but
they're way down.
At the time when we left this morning about 10 o'clock or 9:30, we had 6 fish landed.
Nice.
So nothing huge. We got a nice brown trout yesterday, but nothing huge. A lot of nice rainbows.
Well, the last time I went to catch trout, it was at Courthouse Lake, and I caught a bass.
Yeah.
So, so they did. Yeah,
Yeah.
They did good.
The fun part about this trip is kind of nice. We were out with Garrett Sphere, by the way, slab seeker.
Big shout out to Garrett.
Yeah,
Yep.
great guy. We hire him for this to help us out because we don't claim to be pros at anything. When we don't have an expertise in something, we hire the guys that make a living doing it. So we hire Garrett Sphere every year for this. He actually donates a trip to us in the summertime where he takes 4 vets out too. But yeah, so we had him and his nephew Mac this weekend. And if you ever get a chance to meet Mac, he's an absolute riot. He came in for about an hour yesterday, and these guys all want to fish, but and most times they're fishing with like what we would, I guess we won't call them. Let's not call them bobbers, because I've learned this weekend that they're called indicators. They're bobbers.
I'm still going with bobbers.
They're indicators in the fly world. But Matt
Patrick, is that true, Patrick?
Yes, indicators.
Okay.
Yep.
Or floats.
Or floats.
Yeah, they're a bobber.
Yeah. Matt came in and
100%.
just spent about an hour and a half with these veterans to show them the different casting techniques of a fly rod. Most times we're not casting fly rods because it takes a long time to master it. But for about an hour and a half yesterday, it was just fun to watch him come in and show them some of the techniques of fly fishing, and it's just cool.
Yeah.
I want to do it, but it's just a lot of effort.
If Patrick can learn it, we all have a chance.
Yep.
I just started my journey. I
Yeah.
got $200
I heard.
worth of stuff sitting behind me.
Oh yeah, he's got a couple bags of stuff from the old flying there. Yeah, for sure. Let's run through some of the events, like what kind of events and kind of times of year and stuff like that.
So we do a lot of hunting and fishing. It is mainly and we do our winter camping. Those are the 3 main. But we do some kayaking, some mushrooming. We typically hit every season, spring, summer, fall, and winter. We just came off of our this trip that we were on this weekend is a annual trip. We just came off that, and 2 weeks from now I'll be up in Fergus Falls with some of your friends that you guys all know, Pit Properties. I'll be up there.
Pete.
I'll be up there for the week with veterans, and on that trip, we'll every 2 days we'll put 9 vets in the pit every other day, and they come out and we have the gathering, what they call the gathering lodge out there. That's a Airbnb that we rent for the week.
Place
and
is awesome.
have you been there?
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll starting Sunday night, we'll have 9 vets come in. We'll cater them, cook them dinner. They'll go out and hunt on Monday, come back Monday night. We'll feed them again. They'll go hunt Tuesday, and then they'll go home Tuesday. We have on Wednesday, then we do an all female trip. And so they'll come in Tuesday. It's just 1 day for them. They'll come in Tuesday night, hunt on Wednesday, go home Wednesday night, and then Thursday, 9 more vets. Last year we rolled veterans every day. And with the Gathering Lodge, with Dale knowing how cool it is, I didn't feel like they got to really experience the lodge just being there overnight.
Mhm.
So we're going to really, with the backyard, they have a backyard pond that you can go fish and all that.
Nice.
It's private, so you can go back there and fish. So we're hoping that they can experience the lodge the way it should be experienced this year.
Yeah, and not so much of a rush.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So we'll roll into that, and then we'll have a little bit of time off. We'll be at the St. Paul Ice Show again this year with Ice Castle Owners Group, where it'll be our booth, but we're partnered with them. They are our main form of funds for the year. We do a raffle deal with them. We have some super nice prizes lined up again this year. I'm not at liberty to disclose them just yet because the raffles are not printed.
Yep.
And
you guys you're going to be upstairs, right?
Yep.
Okay,
we'll be in the same spot.
Some people still don't understand that there's the main big floor. There's a little, like, you go through the doors or whatever. There's a second floor where there's all the wheelhouses. There's actually an upstairs.
Yep.
So make sure it's the Roy Wilkins Auditorium. So there's a whole nother level to the St. Paul show. So go up there, and you guys are typically right kind of in the middle.
We'll be in the same exact location we were last year, along with a couple of our other partners. I'll just throw them out there. The Sure Step will be there. On the Go Flagpole will be there. Hardcore will be there. Sven Sleeves actually has been downstairs the last 2 years, who's another big partner of ours. So so we'll have the St. Paul show, and then we're still working on putting together another ice event this winter. We kind of struck out on our first one. I don't know if you guys if you know, Dave, you probably know Veterans Lake in Ramsey. We're trying to put on an event there with them in the wintertime, but his lake froze out a couple years back, and it's still not back to normal.
No.
So we're trying to get something out there with him. So maybe next year we can do that. He's all for it. And then we'll kind of, once the winter's done, then we won't have much going until spring. We'll kind of take some time off. And then in the spring, we start our year up we'll have a sturgeon fishing event up on there is an added event this year. I haven't got it fully planned yet. The first weekend in June, we'll have a spearing event up on Rainy Lake.
That'd be fun.
Oh, okay.
So we got a retired guide from Rainy Days Guide Service that we know up there, and he's going to help us put this together. So
first weekend in June?
No, I'm sorry,
January.
January.
I was gonna say,
Yep.
I know they keep ice a little longer sometimes, but man, he's planning for like a triple.
Well, I mean, you can
Arctic vortex.
yeah.
spear
Yeah.
standing in a
That'd be
river, I
cool.
suppose.
Ice bowl. Yeah.
So we'll have that this coming January, and then after that, then we'll take a little break, and then we'll open our spring season with a sturgeon event. We go up there, we get boat captains together again to help us out. We put everybody up in the hotel up there, and we'll go out and fish sturgeons for 3 days.
Nice.
So, and to your guys' point, talking about our biggest fish, my first year up there sturgeon fishing, my first year ever fishing sturgeons, I got a 66 incher.
Nice.
There you go.
So
yeah.
that was fun.
Oh yeah.
And then so we'll have our spring event, and then there's a couple offshoots, some fishing. We'll have one up on Devil's Lake where we actually just hire a guide and get the veterans up there. We just leave it up to the guide at that point. Typically none of our staff goes up for that. Then with Garrett's Veer, we'll have a slab seeker deal for some panfish thrown in there. And then we'll have a prairie dog hunt out in South Dakota.
Oh, cool.
It's awesome. We usually bring about 20 vets out for that for 4 or 5 days.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, in June, the first weekend in June is that's how I got involved with Band of Brothers, is I put on an event on Mille Lacs. So
funny story. That's how I got involved with Band of Brothers, because you needed some help.
Yep. So we try to usually get that's usually one of our bigger events is Mille Lacs, and we try to get 40 to 60 veterans there, and we allow the vets to do what we call a +1 on that trip. So the person that signs up, or the person that signs the veteran up, I mean, one of them has to be a vet. We don't care if the other one is a family member, a child, a nephew, a grandkid. It doesn't matter at that point. They can bring whomever they want. It's important that the veterans get out there and they come and they feel comfortable. And going back to your thing about stories, I mean, this weekend we had one of the veterans on our trip has been on a few of our trips, and it's amazing, the stories that they tell, especially after you start getting comfortable. Now he's been on a few trips with us, and I learned more about him this weekend again that I hadn't heard, over the last few trips. So it's really cool.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things like, my guy was, he wasn't shy, but he was quiet to start out with. And then, all of a sudden you could tell that it's like started opening up and opening up and opening up and more and more throughout the entire day.
Yep.
And by the end of the day, it was brothers.
Yep.
We could pretty much say anything we wanted back and forth.
Yep.
I'm sitting there like, I'll be kind of subdued, and then when the moment he started really kind of chirping at me, I'm like, okay, here we go.
And not to mention that morning was a little rough.
So
I think everybody was a little tight-lipped.
rough. Yeah, well, that did have something to do with it. We got out there okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that would have been nice to have somebody's bigger boat.
Yeah.
So
on average, just so everyone knows, we put on about 14 to 15 events a year. So we're busy. We're plenty busy. We are a very small organization. We have expanded this year. We did add 3 more pro staffs here just recently, looking to potentially add more. So we're trying to slowly grow and still and not be too commercialized.
Yeah.
And be able to put on the quality events as we move forward. We try to do quality, not quantity. And that's really, as long as I'm involved and everybody lets me be who I am, we're going to continue down this path and keep it more personable rather than commercial.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, let them know where to go to either sign up as a vet, volunteer, donate, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So we have a Facebook page that is our most active page. We update typically as we're at events. You would have seen a lot of pictures from my Brule trip this weekend. We had service. We also have a internet page or .com page, bandofbrothersoutdoors.com. Either one of those pages you can go to, and you can see all our events on there. You can sign up for an event, follow us, like us. If you feel like donating money to us, because that's the only way we survive is by raising money and getting donations. There is a donate tab out there on both sites if you feel the need to help us out. We are, again, 100% volunteers. We're a 501c3 company. Just a little plug for some of our sponsors and everything. Shields is one of our main sponsors. Shields is on our ice house. They do a lot for us to help us out. And then the second largest is ICOG. I mean, that's really our bread and butter, where we make all of our money for our events throughout the year. Sven Sleeves, I had to talk to Corey. He didn't mention us last night. I don't know. But no, Sven Sleeves donates a lot of money to us as well. I think last year, a lot of money. I'll just say a lot of money.
Chunk. I don't remember the number offhand, but I do know it was like, what?
Yeah.
And he's like,
it is a lot of money.
Yeah.
We did sign on with another nice new sponsor last year that's now starting to take shape with us, and actually has joined vendors with ICOG, and that's Renegade Truck up in Richmond, Minnesota.
Okay.
So we put a plow on my truck last year, and they really liked our mission and have backed our mission. So if you know anybody out there looking for a snowplow, get out to Renegade Truck's website. They are generous enough to donate $250 for every snowplow sold.
Nice.
Back to Band of Brothers Outdoors.
Nice. Yeah, and here's the thing too: is that the sponsors, take care of the sponsors, and if you hear about them through Band of Brothers, through We Got Your Six, through Hometown Heroes, or any of them, make sure they know that.
Yep.
So then they do know, hey, they're spreading the word, and they'll continue to help your organization.
Yeah, none of these organizations can make it without these sponsors. No. Not a single one of them. No. And like you and I have talked, Doug, many times, and Dave, we know each other. We're not in this. We're not competition. We're here to help each other. We're here to advertise each other, chip in and do things as we need help or someone needs help. We're there. We're help sharing. We share events, across each other's pages when someone's struggling to fill an event or a last minute cancellation, stuff like that. So we don't look at each other. I hope everybody feels the same. Everybody I've talked to feels the same way. We're not in this. It's not a competition, because we could add 50 more groups like us.
And there's still not enough.
Right.
Yep. Jim, thank you very much. bandofbrothers.org.
.com.
It's .com. Okay.
Yep.
All right. bandofbrothers.com will get you everything you need to know, more info, how to volunteer, donate, and all that good stuff.
Yep.
Jim, appreciate it. And count me in for Mille Lacs for sure.
Sounds good.
We'll see you
You're
there.
in.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Awesome.
there you go. Check it out,
Awesome stuff.
bandofbrothers.com. We'll let James get set up. Take over the table, sir. Start setting stuff up, and we'll bring you in here in a little bit. Can you turn up my headset a little bit?
No.
Or I'm down a little bit.
Which one's you?
I don't know. Just start going up and down on the headsets until we find out which one is me. There we go. Perfect. Thank you very much. All right. Check out our sponsors, Clam Outdoors, Glacier Ice Houses, and of course, Thorn Brothers right here in Blaine, Minnesota. They have pretty much everything you need for your ice fishing season. They're setting it up as we speak still. They've got a lot of stuff up right now. If you're looking for your augers, your baits, your tackles, your rods, your reels, they have it all set up. And then they're actually down at the show in Ramsey today. So if you're at the show, make sure you stop by the Thorn Brothers booth, buy some stuff, and then they're going to bring it all back here. So the store will be even fuller when they get back here. So, fuller,
Even more fuller.
fuller-ish.
Oh, these organizations are so awesome, and they really hit home because my little brother's going to be gone for 7 to 9 months here, starting next month.
Your little brother, who's like a 15-star Marine general or some sort of
lieutenant colonel in the Marine Corps. Yeah.
Lieutenant colonel.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So.
Yep.
It's amazing.
Yep. We've hit the big time. We've hit the big time because we've got Mr. Alex Tim Fishing in the building. If you guys don't know who Alex Tim is, he's a famous YouTuber.
Yes.
He's got tens of subscribers.
Tens of tens.
Way more than I do. But what's up, Alex? How you doing? But check.
Great setup.
Thank you. Yeah. Check out Alex Tim, that's with 2 M's on YouTube. He does a lot of reviews, fishing videos and stuff.
Awesome stuff.
So, yes, we've made it now. We've made it.
Looks like we made it.
I'm blushing. Hi, Alex.
It's kind of like a Mr. Beast
Fanboying.
It is. It's our Mr. Beast moment of the show.
You gonna rain down the cash like Mr. Beast?
If you see Alex Tim with a if you see Alex Tim with a briefcase, it does not have $10,000 in
I'll tell you what, I'll scale it down. I'll stand in the corner for 10.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep. Jared, we bought some stuff from the Thorn Brothers show yesterday. Awesome. Jared, also, I am a subscriber of Alex Tim on YouTube. See, I told you.
Probably not, but I'll go fine.
Yeah. If you down my headphones down just a little.
Oh
a
my
little
God.
loud. A little loud.
Kidding me now?
Oh my God, the pipes on that beard. Who? This guy? No, I don't. I mean, I've been working out, but Alex makes me spend money. JS says. So yeah. See, only famous people make other people make money. Yeah, spend money. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's got a video of. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, me and Alan, when we were up in Lake of the Woods, Alan built a rod, and we were going to give it away to whoever found us. And you were the closest with a drone shot of right over the house. So we're like, hey, that works. He found us. He found us probably from the comfort of your own ice house. Yep.
Yeah, it was years ago. I found Alex's YouTube channel. I think he was doing a review or a breakdown of Mr. Heater or something like that.
Yeah.
And then I was like, from there, I just started going right through the whole thing. I'm like, oh, this guy's good.
How dare you, Alex? You stole a subscriber from me. Mitch Heil unsubscribed from me to subscribe to you. Get out.
He can only have so many subscriptions, apparently.
Get out. Did you not just hear him singing? The sound coming from that beard sounds like,
that was me.
Oh, that was you. Oh, that one. Oh. Anyway, what's up, Curtis Funk from Funk's Jigs? How are you, sir? Yes. No, we got. Oh boy, we're gonna give it a sneak peek. Oh, look at that thing. Oh, look at that. Okay, that's enough of that. That's enough.
If you really want to hear singing, you got to come up to the Hometown Hero event.
And this guy actually
where
sings.
I sing the national anthem.
He actually sings like an angel, if you ask me.
Does he take on the
It's just a costume. I wear an angel costume with the dress and everything.
Like an angel. Yes. All right, share the live stream.
Looking at me like that.
Share the live stream so you can get entered in to win a whole bunch of cool stuff from our vendors and non-vendors and all the above. So we got James just getting ready here. Let us know when you're good, and we'll put you on the big screen. It's on. Here, look at here.
Flip it so you can see himself.
You're right there. Just tilt it up a little bit. Yeah. Just don't touch the cable. He keeps touching the cable.
Stop touching things.
Here, and I'll get rid of this. There, I'll get rid of that. Stand up, James. Perfect.
All right, here.
All right, give him some audio.
He's got it. He's live.
Hi, James.
How you guys doing today?
Good. How are you?
Nice.
Yeah.
It was a great day for a ride over. I'd have rather been on my boat today. It's really nice out.
Yeah.
Not many days left.
I
No,
know.
that's rad.
We appreciate you coming in. It's always good to see you too. By the way.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah.
To show my stuff off.
Yeah. No problem.
Look at this.
I'm not doing any shows this year because I'm out of PTO. I had a surgery this year, wiped out all my PTO. So, so it sucks about being a one-man band. You're kind of stuck that way. So
So help spread the word, please. If you share any segments, share this one because you can't go to the shows. So please.
I'm going to North Dakota. I'm going to Fargo, but that's
okay. All right.
But the rest of them I couldn't do.
Okay. All right. Well, Sullivan Tip Down. You got tip down, tip drops, all that stuff. So start with that one and then explain the difference. Tip. Is that a tip down or is that a tip drop? Which one is it?
This is the tip. This is the Sullivan Tip Down. This was the original deal when I started out. I bought a thing that was supposed to jig a line. It was called a jig up, and it was a jigging tip up. Had it on the ice twice, it cracked and split, and it was somebody's great idea. It just made very poorly, anyways. So I took the motor out of it and I built one out of a 2x4, and then it evolved into this, and now we're up to variable speed, and you can take this thing all the way down to nothing. That might be too slow, but it's a pulse modulator. I couldn't do a rheostat because rheostats are terrible in the moisture, so that didn't work at all. So anyways, we went to this, and it really works out nice. Now you change the stroke by moving the lever here. I thought I'd turn that damn thing off. So, and then you let's see here. So when the rod tips, when the fish bites, the rod tips down, the flag goes up, it stays down like this.
All of that.
So now this makes it legal in Minnesota.
I was just gonna say
because it doesn't fight the fish
before they go in the
hook.
Yeah, before they go into the comments going, that's illegal here. No, it doesn't set the hook for you.
Right. So there you are, and that makes everything legal. And so that's tipped down. You just pick it up, so it's enticing the fish, but it's not setting the hook. And you guys would be sad if you knew how the guys on Lower Red use these for commercially. They have tons of them, and that they. I don't know. It might be why they changed the regulations. Who knows? It's probably my fault.
Good job.
Don't blame me. I'm just kidding.
Yep.
But that's what they use, and they can use anything they want. They can use automatics. They can use anything they want, and they use these. So that's pretty cool.
Let's help them get that one out of the way so we can bring the next one up there. If he's done with that.
So that runs on 2D batteries. It's super portable. There's the clear tube on the bottom there. Takes a finger light. I started this clear tube in the finger light, and these things really glow cool on the ice. I don't know how much you can see that light.
Oh yeah.
But that is just a cheap little finger light. You can buy 100 of them for like $20 on Amazon.
Yeah.
And you turn it on, twist the rubber band so it doesn't fall down the tube, and do that. And
how much is the tip down, by the way?
This one's 140 online.
Okay.
And then this is the tip drop. This is the notch slot, and this is what the guys that are using for pike and that kind of thing, they like this notch slot. And this is more, you get a bigger rod, big wind, whatever you got, this notch slot doesn't just tip over. It just goes up and down like this.
Yeah.
And then when the fish bites on these, it pretty much takes it down, and the rod will slide down the slot like that.
Yeah.
And with a longer rod, you need the taller tip down also, because the shorter ones, they'll hit the edge of the ice hole and break the tips.
Yep.
So that's why you need the long one. And then if I started making these little aerator clips also, so you can clip your aerator on here. And I know there's a whole thing that goes off your Vexlar battery for the ice defense, but these are out on their own. So this is kind of, you're not going to have an amped outdoors battery on each one of these out there. So you put the rechargeable aerator on there, and then If your mom's on oxygen, you can get the
There you
hoses
go.
from her.
but I mean,
Sorry, mom.
yeah. But I mean, actually, that's the clip with the ice defense, or the fact that you can, Velcro the ice defense unit to it is
Right.
it works awesome for that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
no
didn't
matter-
even think about that with the tip down there.
Yeah, it's because well, that's the biggest thing is the freezing, and I have the ice stopper, and the ice stopper, it's a food safe glycol is basically what it is in there, so but the whole kit with the bobber is, you take this apart, you slide your line through there, through here, and then through here, and that's the tricky part, and then you fill the reservoir with this, snap this together. Well, you got to have your line in there, but you got to do that all pretty much before you go out on the ice. You got to have that all set up. You don't want to be doing that out there. Then you drop that on, and that just sits in the ice, and this will actually freeze in.
But the
line stays going. You're just kind of bushing going through this
okay.
antifreeze, so it works. And then you walk up, if you got a fish on, you just kick your heel into there and reel it up.
Gotcha.
Because and
there's more than one way to skin a cat.
And
yeah,
and a lot of things that that I've learned from customers is one of the cool things was these guys are drilling holes all the way around the tip drop. And then when a school comes through and the tip drop goes down, everybody will run over there and drop their lines real quick because there's fish over there. It's just a big indicator of, hey, there's a school over here. So it's a great tool to have out there. I know in Minnesota you only get 2 lines, but Wisconsin you get 3. So you get a bunch of guys out there. You can have a whole bunch of tip drops out or tip downs, either way.
Yeah.
And there's great other tip downs. I mean, this is mine. The big deal with it is that you can go in deep water and you can reel, and the other ones are using the schoolie reel, and it's great for shallow water. You pick it up, and you're 6 feet, you get 2 grabs of the line, but you start getting in 20 feet of water and your line starts getting in the ice, you're not getting back down to that school because you're screwing around with your line,
Mm-hmm.
or you can drop this back down there. It's a lot quicker.
I mean, that setup you have right there, that looks an awful lot like the setup. And is that an American flag rod? Oh, okay. Because it looks a lot like what happened in your house in Lake of the Woods. That's how I caught my 28. My rod from Alan was sitting in one of your tip drops, and it worked absolutely perfect. I've got the Okuma bait feeder on there, had that on. All of a sudden, the fish came, took it. It did exactly what it was supposed to. Tipped that rod down. The bait feeder let line go. We took our time, moved everything out of the way, took the rod out, clicked it over, set the hook, and caught a fish.
And I've never been a custom rod guy, and Dave had Alan build me a couple rods, and that's incredible. I mean, I never knew there's such a difference, But I wreck so much stuff. That's why I never have custom stuff, because I'm the guy whose tailgate gets the tip. I get the doors.
Oh yeah.
Because I got to say, we have a lot of fun when we're fishing. We're out there having a few beers, gambling, doing whatever.
Oh yeah, yeah.
We're not...
What, me and hold on, Dave in an ice shack with some of us? Oh yeah, that's a disaster. We might actually get him on a microphone and have him talk. Yeah,
I mean, we'll be out there doing the dreidel, gambling like this. We do a game we call Miss the Fish at Blaywatt taught us, and I don't know if you ever played Miss the Fish or you know what I'm talking about.
No.
So you're in the ice castle, and everybody throws $1 in the pot, and if you set the hook or go to set the hook and you miss the fish, you owe the pot another $1.
Oh, okay.
If you get a keeper fish, you get to keep the pot.
I mean, that.
This kind of stuff you're doing, you're bored out there.
I'm going to let every fish take that bait for about 10 minutes.
You get scared.
Yeah.
It's going to be scared to set the hook. You're like, oh.
I'm telling you, the bait's gonna be coming out the other side of the fish before I set it.
Walleyes.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. You got what else? What else we got?
So we got the newest thing I got this year is the I think I'm pretty much done with that. Yeah, and this whole thing, all of my stuff folds like this.
Yep.
So you can put it in a 5-gallon pail, whatever, like that. And
yeah, I mean, a lot of times I just take it apart until it fits in whatever I'm putting it in. So I got piece here, piece there, and they don't tip over. They're built well.
Yeah, it's solid. Everything's made in the USA on that.
Yeah,
I'm proud to say that one's 100% USA made.
How this locks in with the ice.
Oh yeah, that's just to keep it from rocking, and it keeps it steady. And I started out with white PVC, just like from Menards.
Yeah.
Problem with that is it freezes into the ice. The black
the
gets a
black.
solar effect
Oh,
and
there
it
you
doesn't
go.
freeze into the ice.
Yep.
I mean, all the stuff I learned as I went because
Yep.
I'm a tool maker by trade. I'm not,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But then what I come up with this year, or well, I started with last year, but I started 3D printing these clips. So now in your portable, in your 1-man or 2-man, and this particular clip for an Eskimo, but the square rods in there.
Uh-huh.
You snap those in here. You slide them over here because they're really tight on the
I know where this is going.
like this and like
Nice.
this. And I've been in so many people's shacks and they're like, I'm like, isn't that how do you even fish in here? How is that tip down not in the way? And they're like walking around, oh, it's no problem. I'm like, you get a flag outside, they're tripping over that,
Right.
spilling their beer, the whole deal, trying to get a fish. But yeah, this goes right on the poles and it puts it tight to the tent. And you can pivot it out right and have your holes right next to the edge, and it really saves the floor space because you know what, everything about it is floor space when you're trying to do these things.
Yep. Well, I know Dave, actually in your wheelhouse, you've got the electric one up against the wall, tucked up, attached that way too. So.
Yeah, I make a mount for the catch cover also. I
Okay.
didn't bring that along, of course, but that just mounts like this onto the catch cover, and I've made my own mating piece to the catch cover puck.
Yep.
So, and then I just seen that Clams come out with something now that's all
Clam lock.
the clam lock thing. So,
I
don't know if I'll work into that or not, but I do have the stuff that fits all their poles. I've got.
So do you make you got the clam pole, you got the Eskimo? Do you have the otter square tube stuff too yet?
Wait.
I'm gonna say yes because he's digging, looking for it.
Yeah. And it's just a different color.
Yeah,
they're the same ones.
Okay.
Actually, the tube's a little different in the Eskimo. They have a bigger radius in the corner. I had to throw away a whole bunch of red ones because I got the shields this year and I had them all printed and I put it on there. I was like,
oh no,
it's not the same.
Oh
Yeah.
So I had to redo the red, but it's not a big deal. But I got 2 3D printers running all the time, and so that's a fun thing. And then on the 3D printer thing, I have the 32 covers for the Garmin's.
Okay.
For out on the ice. And the cool thing about these is that's different than what everybody else has got. I've seen them similar to this, but they're rigid. This is flexible. So the rigid never made any sense to me because you're taking hard plastic, putting it against hard plastic, and then when you drop it, you have hard plastic just hitting the floor. It doesn't really do any good.
In the cold.
In the cold, also that. And this, and you put them on your boat everywhere. A lot of guys like them. So and they float.
Oh,
Yeah.
Perfect.
So that's really cool. They float. So you got that.
Float? What? Like anybody's ever dropped anything down an ice fishing hole? Go check medicine for an old Samsung something.
Yeah,
It's still sitting down there. Fish are watching YouTube on my old phone, probably.
How many
and
phones
Dave's
on the
iPad.
bottom
Yeah.
of the lakes?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. What? Let us know at home what random object you have sitting on bottom of the lake. So.
All right, what do we got? Jack, he swears by.
Oh
his,
yeah, we got people loving it.
Jack gave me a heads up this week because my Instagram account got hacked. So he's like,
oh no,
hey buddy, did you send me a request for $500? I was like, oh man.
Oh.
So that was a whole night of fighting my computer.
Oh yeah.
And
What else we got? You got anything else? Is that?
let's see here. Did I go too fast?
No. Actually, I do
So-
want to make some room for Dave to get
Okay.
on and promote a little bit, but we can.
Oh
find
yeah.
time there,
So and then I got all the fun colors. So when we're doing all these things, my original color was orange, and then I made pink, and then I said orange and pink, and then the green looked really cool. So I made the green, and then I ended up, with the
I got a red one.
the red,
Yeah.
and then the I asked Matt. I said, "Can we call that clam blue?" And he said, "No." So I call it Frank Wilkins blue.
There you go. Yeah.
So Frank liked that, he's like, "Hey, all right."
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
But yeah.
Sean Cox is team blue, so there you go.
He's never even bought one. He just wins them all the time.
I guarantee
He's a
you-
lucky guy. He won something last year on here too, I think.
I guarantee he promotes you though. So-
I know. He's a great
Oh,
guy.
yeah. Well, here's something that fell at the bottom of the lake. Caught a fire extinguisher that fell off my boat this year when the waves went over, took it, sunk it overnight 3 years ago. So they caught the fire extinguisher
wow.
that went over their boat and fell in the lake.
probably didn't need it under there.
Yeah, that's a weird spot for a fire extinguisher to be. Yeah.
I lost an iPhone, but I just went swimming for it.
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go. There you
Yeah.
go. There you go.
All right.
Well, hey,
So, yeah.
James, I'm a believer. I know they work. They work well, especially teamed up with a Kichler custom rod. Shameless plug. Sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, they work really, really well. And it's one of those products you look at it and you're like, whatever, until you actually like see it in action and use it. And then you're like, oh, yes.
And a lot of people have tried to copy them and make them, and not, and it's like, whatever, I've
Yeah.
done all that stuff. I mean, otherwise, that's how you get to be innovative. You start trying to make stuff. But
Yep.
most of the people that make their own tip downs come to me and say, this is way better.
Yeah, well, it's
you know.
easier. You don't have to spend the time trying to figure out how to make it work and this and that.
Right.
And the big thing is that the part the rod actually goes into.
And
And that'd be the difficult part to make and get right, get the sliding system down and the notches and the flag. I mean, it's just buy one from Sullivan and get it over with.
Right. And
So-
the balance on these is the thing about it compared to the schoolie deal, where the schoolie one where you had the rod or the pin through the side of the schoolie rod, they had the pin here. Well, then you get into current.
Oh,
And it doesn't work anymore because your weight's got to be different because of
Yeah.
the current. So then you add weight to it, tips it down. It's a real pain to get that all just right. So, then you're pretty much you're stuck with the one weight on it, and you can't be in current. So there's
Not
Yep.
quite sure why anybody would put a schoolie as a set rod of any. It's like this has a specific purpose.
the old
That's the
time
old school tip.
when all they
rod,
had
yeah.
was that.
Oh,
That's-
that
yeah.
way back in
Oh,
the day
that's-
when that was the fishing reel.
That was it. That was
Yeah.
the way to do it. It was just a way to hold a line,
Yeah.
basically.
Gotcha.
So, and the blue tips.
yeah,
I
you
know-
can hook blue tips onto that.
Yeah, the blue
You
tips fit onto everything on there. The new ones, I don't know.
Yeah. So you hook
The
blue
new ones
tip
are all
up to-
programmable, and I was in my ice castle last year, and I had to call the guy to ask him how to work it. So I'm,
Yeah.
but
yeah.
that again,
Well,
you're just throwing it on.
well, James.
All right.
Thanks for coming. Thanks
Thank
for
you
showing.
guys for having me.
Yeah, everybody, SullivanTipDown.com.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. Check it out.
Check it out. I got a.
And yeah,
Dig that
it's-
purple one. That purple
Oh,
one's
and,
cool.
and the SmackDown will give you 15% off, just like.
Lovely.
And
Thank
and
you.
there
Beautiful.
is, and we are giving away. I think I said one of each, right? Something like that.
Sure,
So,
it's up to you.
yeah.
Give
that's
away
what-
one of each.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you
Nice.
very much, sir.
Very
Yeah.
nice.
Thank you. All right. There you go. SullivanTipDown.com. Yes, I use them. I use the automatic or not the. I don't use the motorized one. I don't have one of those. I use one of the tip drops. But yeah, I believe in it.
Yeah, can I?
Yeah.
I've shared. Am I entered in for the? I don't
No.
have a
No.
Sullivan yet.
You have to pay.
What the hell?
But there's a discount code SmackDown that'll get you some time. We're gonna talk to David Scheidler from We Got Your Six. I didn't know you could be here. I didn't know you were coming.
We just called, he texted me and said, hey, you want to go up there? I'm like, sure.
Okay, well, put the headphone on.
Yeah, we can have
We can have this. Put
we
the
can have
headphones
this
on. We can have this conversation. Hi.
Yeah, there you are.
Hi. Hey, Alex, you want to tip the camera down just a little bit for me?
so you can sit.
Sit down, Dave. Yeah.
Have a seat.
Just
Have a
watch
seat.
that cable on the left. It's very touchy.
Oh,
The
sweet.
knobs on the left. There you go. Just watch that cable right there by you. There you go. Then perfect.
Oh, beautiful.
Perfect.
You're hired.
Tighten her up. Yep. Then you didn't even. Well, hold on a second. And we didn't lose video. You're hired. Big Alex Tim coming through. Alex Tim on YouTube. Hi, Dave.
Hello there, Doug.
How you doing? Good.
I'm doing good. I just got back from Idaho. I just had a veteran out there on a elk hunt, and the week prior to that, I was in Wyoming with another veteran that actually helps out with the softball tournament here in. Well, I say it's in Coon Rapids. It's MSMA.
Yep.
Ray Grabo. He went out on elk hunt in Afton, Wyoming with me. The tag was donated to him. The whole hunt
Nice.
for 7 days.
Nice.
It was a great time. However, the weather is not conducive to elk hunting this year until
It's-
just now.
It doesn't seem to be conducive to much hunting
Yeah.
this year.
It was 70 some degrees.
Oof.
So needless to say, there's not a lot of elk moving around because they're still way up on the mountain and stuff. So
Yeah.
I weren't able to contact, and then 2 weeks prior to that, we were out in Wyoming earlier than that on a mule deer hunt. did get a shot at a mule deer at about 450 yards.
Nice.
Believe me, it's not anything like hunting in Wisconsin and Minnesota.
No,
And
no 30-30s allowed for that one.
I learned a lot about my scope because I had, after missing that shot, I had to go research it. I was using a Nikon scope, and
It's not really hunting if you're not using open sights, bro.
yeah. Okay.
Just kidding. I'm just
I can't even
Oh,
see open
geez.
sights anymore. Come on.
me either. The cheaters? I needed my cheaters. Yeah, I needed my cheaters to see the sights, but then the target's blurry, so that didn't do me any good.
Well, that's like trying to use a scope, and all of a sudden you realize that your scope, every time you change the magnification, it changes the distance of the bullet drop compensator on it. So instead of shooting at 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, or 600, you could be shooting up to 900 yards.
Oh,
And it's like, this doesn't work. So I had to do a lot of research. I took a day off actually to research the scope and stuff. But yeah, so we had a good time. And one of the guys did get a 4x4, the one that I actually missed. He did get. So we had a great time.
Nice.
And so we've got Lake of the Woods coming up in.
well, let's take a step back here.
All right.
We got your 6. First of all, you yourself served.
Yes, I served for
Thank
20
you,
years
sir.
in the United States Army, retired out. And then after a while, I'd went on a few trips. I actually went on a trip with Jim and Band of Brothers. I'd been on one with Take a Vet Fishing with Jay Garstecki, right? Fishing with vets. I've been on a trip with them because every once in a while I need a little bit of a break too.
Right.
And I came upon the chance to actually help out an organization, and I just didn't feel comfortable with the organization. And when I was trying to get everything set up, somebody asked me, well, if you're doing all this work, why don't you just do it for yourself? Why don't you start your own? I went,
Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted. And here I am 5 years later, still doing this and running all over. This year was the first year we were able to offer hunts out west. And we'll be able to do that once again next year. And those are donated tags from the residents of Wyoming that live in Afton, Wyoming. And the people were great out there, made everybody feel at home and stuff. And of course, being from Wisconsin, I had to take them some cheese curds,
Of course. And some spotted cow.
no, I didn't take any spotted cow.
Okay.
No,
All right.
but I did take them
overrated.
bratwurst, and I took them walleyes, and they had never had a walleye before. The guy that was cooking them, Al, he said he didn't even like fish, and now I can't forget to bring fish.
Well, that's because walleye tastes like what it's breaded and flavored in. It doesn't taste like anything. Fight me over that one.
Yeah. So if you don't like fish, it's because you don't like the taste of fish. Walleye doesn't have the taste of anything. So
Yeah, it tastes like shore lunch.
Well,
I'm in that category. I love it.
Yeah.
I enjoy
yeah.
eating it, but
Right.
just being honest with your palate, there's not like
A much of a
describe
flavor.
the taste for me.
Yeah,
right. Well,
Like describe the flavor.
that's like a northern. If you can take the bones out, right?
Yeah.
Great
Yep.
fish to eat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
beautiful.
Right. But how many people don't know how to take the bones out?
Right.
But now you take a northern from Minnesota, and you take a northern from Devil's Lake, North Dakota. Now, I'll eat that one out of Devil's Lake, North Dakota every day over the one from
Well, you have
Wisconsin or Minnesota.
you,
and
you have
it's,
a refined palate.
oh
sir.
no,
Yeah, no doubt.
no, I'll eat both of them, but I mean, I will take that one over because it's got a shrimp-based diet and it's got a really different taste to it.
Yeah.
So it's just bodies of water have different flavors in their fish too. So
All right. Back to we got your 6.
yeah,
We'll talk fish and food later.
okay. We Get Your 6 has been going on for 5 years now. I try to do just about a trip every month, right? I do take April and some of May to myself.
Yeah.
But we also do a trip on the Mississippi River, thanks to a gentleman that Alan introduced me to, Mike Klein,
Yep.
which used to be your fishing partner. It still is if you get back to the fishing thing.
He's out.
takes us-
Alan's out 4 to 6 weeks with a concussion. Oh, that's just him normally.
But we do that, and this year we had I want to say it was 12 veterans down there going out for a day, and then we came back to Mike's house and we had food all set up for him and everything. It was just a day trip.
Yep.
So it was very pleasant. Then July we'll do our catfish event. August seems to be a little hot for everybody, so we kind of just take a break there.
Mhm.
And then September, October, November, December, or not into December, but into November, we're doing the elk hunts because I leave again on the 8th of November to go out to Wyoming. And then December, I'll probably take another veteran down to Texas with me to go on a hog hunt, and they pay nothing for
Fun.
the hog hunt. And I have my own rifle and suppressor and everything. We hunt with thermals and stuff, but the guys down there supply the ammo to them, let them use their gun, the whole works, take us out. We go out. When I first went down there, it was really interesting. We're sitting there having a feast at this guy's house, and one of the guys gets out a drone. We're going hunting, or what are we doing?
Yeah.
Right? All of a sudden he flies it over. He says, "Oh, there's nothing out back today, Mike." He says, "So, all right, pack it up. Let's go." And we go over to a different ranch, and they just flew the drone and said, "Oh, yep, there's
Yeah.
some over there. Let's move over that way." And
Now you can't do that with deer, but for hogs you can have it.
no, you can't do it anymore.
Oh, they outlawed it
They-
now.
They considered it an aircraft.
Oh, come
when
on.
they
It's
wrote it up.
It's hogs.
When they wrote it up, well, yes, they're trying to change it, and Texas wants to change it too. They're all in agreement. If it's used for hogs, they don't care,
Yeah, they
right? They want to get rid of them,
Right.
But that made it a lot nicer because you weren't driving around all
Wasting
night
the
long
time. Yeah.
and
Wait, you
wasting
can
fuel
shoot hogs out of an aircraft.
Yeah,
in Texas.
helicopter.
during the day.
Oh,
Oh,
Gotcha.
During the day.
okay.
I haven't been invited down for the hog hunt out of the helicopter yet.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting on that one, but
yeah.
we get down there at least
that
once
would
a
be
year.
fun. And
Yeah.
if I ever do it, I guarantee you I will be playing Flight of the Valkyrie while doing it.
So,
is this
but and then for the winter we do our January trip to Lake of the Woods. February we have our ice fishing get together, which Doug you've been to,
yes,
and
multiple
Lake Menominee
times.
in Menominee, Wisconsin.
Yep.
Try to make it centrally located so that everybody can come and join. Alan is one of our sponsors. He brings a custom rod, and he's pretty much our MC that day.
Yep.
He gives a class on how to build or how to test out a rod, not just a custom rod, any rod,
Mhm.
what to feel for and everything else. James Sullivan, of course, that guy, we all know that he just gives away STDs.
Oh yeah. yeah.
Yeah. In fact, that was his,
Oh yeah.
that Sullivan Tip Downs, not anything else.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why on his custom rod from Alan Kichler, it does say Mr. STD on it.
That's great.
Oh, yeah.
Sullivan Tip Downs. Okay.
Remember, you started this the STD thing, James. Yep.
So,
Yep.
and once the event is over, a few of us stay out on the ice and just kind of relax and have a good time. Then March, I believe this year, March, I'll end up in Devil's Lake twice. I've got a great friend out there. Alan, I know you want to go. It's a great trip. What we do is I've got a great friend out there, Chad Chrysler, right? Great ice fisherman, great hunter. He's just one heck of a guy, and he can cook. So it's nothing wrong with that. So he invited, I never knew him. I met him actually through James's site and asked him to help out, and he was more than willing. And we've been doing this now for, I think, 4 years. This will be the 4th year that we've been going out there. And he will take his ice castle out. He'll bring his buddy Pat's ice castle out. James if he can, brings his ice castle out. Alan has brought his ice castle out there, and we do it with ice castles. We used to do it with a lodge out there, but it got to be a little bit spendy, so we just said, okay, let's do the ice castles.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really kind of neat because we just all stay out on the ice then, so it doesn't have a real great night bite. But while you're in the ice castle, it doesn't matter. You can have a line down.
Yeah.
Right. But you got your morning, your evening, and you fish. And then everybody can get together and just communicate with each other and talk about whatever they want to. You know, we don't ever have anything scheduled that you have to talk about. There's nothing of that sort. You know, it's like, if you feel like talking, you talk.
Yeah. It's not a counseling session.
Right,
It's just to get together. And
exactly.
Yeah.
It's just to get together and, you know, because the hardest part for veterans is when they get out of the service, they're so used to their own communication between each other. There's just kind of a short line of, okay, this is what we're doing. Boom. Right. I don't have to explain anything.
Yep.
Then they come back to the civilian community and they go to work and they go, well, I need this done. And all of a sudden they're having to give a dissertation of how to get this accomplished, or they have a conversation about somebody asking about what went on and they start telling them and they're having to explain it so much they just get frustrated and they say, you know what?
Yeah.
Here, just do this.
Yeah.
you know, so it's very therapeutic for them to actually get with one another and be able to talk.
Yep.
So it's a great time. So yes, as with Band of Brothers, we do this all through donations and fundraisers. We have a Facebook page. We Got Your Six Outdoor Adventures is a public page that anybody can join. We Got Your Six Outdoor Adventures Wisconsin and Minnesota group, because we are licensed both in Wisconsin and Minnesota. That is a private page for the veterans basically to sign up so that we can post the trips. We post them on both so that our sponsors can see what trips we're doing also. And then they can get on there and sign up for the trips. And we use basically random number generator. We assign everybody a number because it's the only fair way we can do it.
Yeah.
We don't, you know, we don't want it to be a good old boys club that says, oh, you're going every time or you're going every time. It's like, no, there's so many out there. We may only have one slot, but 50 people sign up. So we've got people coming for January from Indiana.
Nice.
So
nice.
Billy, he has 2 bronze stars, a Purple Heart. So yeah, he's a real nice guy. I met him out on Lake Erie this summer.
Cool.
Awesome.
Cool. Well, Dave, I appreciate it.
I appreciate you.
Like I said, I wasn't expecting you to even be here. I mean, I thought about you, you know, I did think about having you out, but I'm like, well, he's not going to come all the way over here from Wisconsin and whatnot. So, but well, at least now I know. Apparently you will.
I will.
You know?
Yeah. And Doug,
That's awesome.
you know, you've been a great friend and great supporter of our organization now for 4 years. Yeah, I think it's 4 years. Something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah.
4 years. 4 years.
So
Nice.
if I could get you to get away from the mic for a second and come over here.
Oh boy.
And I'm going to have to sit back down because I can't. What we have here is we have a challenge coin, as we used to have in the military. And this is ours. It's our We Got Your Six Outdoor Adventures challenge coin. And Alan, if you'd take that and show both sides of it. Now show the back. It has all the branches of service on it and a gold star in the middle for the Gold Star families. And Doug, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
One thing I forgot about on my Facebook page, every Monday night, during the ice season, from the whole time there's fishable ice on Lake Altoona by my house, I do a Make Your Monday Net Suck drawing. And what that is it's a customer appreciation drawing pretty much. And all the customers send in pictures that they've taken with their tip down. That's got to be in the thing and that either that or they have to. You don't have to have a tip down, so there's no purchase necessary. You can put a story on there of why you want an STD. So I encourage people to make it funny and stuff like that.
Love this.
But so if you want a chance to win in Sullivan Tip Down, you can do that. I give away a tip drop or a hat or a shirt or whatever. Every week I give something. It's usually a tip drop, but or their choice of, whatever I'm doing that week. So anyways, I just wanted to throw that in there. I forgot about it. So.
Thanks.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. I do fully understand what these mean. This is my second one that I've been given. David, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
I fully appreciate every ounce of this thing. And your friendship as well. And it's an honor to be able to help you guys out, go to your events, truly. So yes, I do understand it. And for those of you that don't understand it,
Google it.
if you get one, cherish it with everything you got. And no, you don't have to play the bar game. So
We can play.
you can keep it in a case. Don't worry about it.
We can play it.
Yeah. But thank you very much, sir. I do thank you. All right. Okay. We've got Della Bay hanging out. Let's bring them in. Hello, boys.
How's it going?
Howdy. How are you?
Very good. We're happy to be out of the basement this year.
I was just gonna say, what's this room with windows in it?
Yeah, weird. Get that
Sunlight.
natural light. I got to put on my UV blocker before I go to work every day. It's rough.
Break out the sunscreen.
That's right. you
Della
gonna
Bay
film it?
rods. Yeah, Della
was
Bay
that?
rods. I was saying Della Bay rods. I have some of yours. Dale has some of yours. Patrick,
I have some.
I mean, you guys are up and I don't even want to say up and coming because everybody knows who you are at this point. You make a great rod, and when I mentioned a couple times when some other company was on, I'm trying to find that perfect, big heavy rip and wrap style rod. I've got yours. Yours is the one that I found that works extremely well for it. I've got a couple others. They work great too. But yeah, I'll let you guys go through your lineup, and then we're gonna give some stuff away. And I have the answers that they sent me to their questions. So when we come to that point, we'll go over the rules and go from there. So take it away.
We'll kick things off with a question. We'll do one at the beginning, one at the end, and one in the middle. But
Okay.
what we're going to be doing is a trivia question, and then the person that answers correctly first, that is seen on Doug's screen, gets a chance to spin the wheel for a prize.
Yep. Yeah. My screen is the only one that counts. For those of you at home, you might answer the question and then see somebody else answer it, and then I pick their name. It's just a time delay thing. So whoever gets the right answer on my screen first is the winner. So
That's correct. Doug is
So
the
get ready,
final
get ready,
judge,
folks.
and for prizes, we've got we're going to be giving away an ice rod. So if no one spins an ice rod on the first two, the third one will be for an ice rod. But the other prize options are t-shirt, beanie, neck gaiters, and discount code for the website. So
nice.
Perfect.
Cool.
First trivia question is, what species of fish is shown in our most recent Instagram post? So name the species of fish shown in the most recent Instagram post on Della Bay's Instagram.
There you go. I've got a winner.
Oh, really? That was quick.
We've got a winner. Kendra has extremely fast internet. Either that or she's psychic. She says Burbot.
Nice.
There you
All
go.
right. Kendra, first winner. Some great bearings on the
I was gonna
Yeah,
say,
it's been upgraded. It's been upgraded.
Jesus.
Kendra won a beanie.
Nice.
Right.
Nice.
So she can shoot us a DM on any of our socials or our email, and we'll get that beanie sent out to her. She'll get to pick a color too. So
Awesome.
congratulations, Kendra.
That a girl.
Nice.
All
We're
right.
talking about what's new, or
Yeah, so we'll start with kind of what's new with us.
Yeah.
And obviously the shop being the biggest of that.
yeah. So I can give you a quick tour of the shop and
Congratulations on the shop too, by the way, guys.
So here we have a door. This is where
Ooh.
and over here we have another door, and that goes into the garage. So there's 2 doors, and then there's some windows, as we pointed out. Up here we have a little bit of pride and joy.
Ooh,
Up
that's
there.
a nice
Bragging wall.
Big
one.
boy up there, and a 30-inch walleye I accidentally caught while muskie fishing and couldn't revive. So a lot of desk space in here, and moving island situation. Kind of cool. Gives me a lot of flexibility in the workspace. We have our employee Hunter over here working hard on a Sunday from Delano High School. This is my new epoxy machine. This does the job of a rod wrapper and an epoxy machine in one, so it's pretty fun to use. I got some rods I'm working on for a youth angling program, just getting those epoxied up. A bunch of the kids from Isanti, Princeton wrap their own rods, and now I'm just giving them a couple coats of epoxy so they can use them. We got a heater that still needs to get mounted, and then a whole bunch of storage on this side, and just all in all a good work environment to be in, and lots of space. And that kind of goes along with last year at this time, I was working a second full-time job for Wells Concrete, and around Christmas last year, I ended up retiring from there and going full-time in Della Bay. So as you said, we're kind of up and coming, but we're known. So we're kind of in that sweet spot right now where we're kind of on a launch pad, hopefully getting into a lot more vendors and just really being able to kick out a lot of rods and help a lot of people.
Very nice.
So that's the shop. And then, so Sam mentioned getting into some new vendors. We just recently got into Joe's Sporting Goods, their orders, so they'll have our rods in stock here in the next
By this weekend.
coming weeks here.
Yep.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, congrats, guys.
Yeah,
That's
we're
awesome.
super
Well
pumped.
done, boys.
I'm planning on dropping off a bunch of rods there on Tuesday or Wednesday, so they should be on the shelves by Friday, I would imagine. So
Very nice.
That's pretty cool. And Northwoods Bait and Tackle up in Bemidji, Sportsman Ski House out in Montana, and Snappy Sporting Goods also in Montana. Fisherman's Corner up in Duluth, and Lake of the Woods Sports Headquarters. They have two places, one in Kenora and one in Winnipeg. So, and then, that list hopefully will be a lot bigger come this time next year. So pretty exciting stuff to be starting to expand into different locations and different states and even up into Canada. So pretty cool.
Very cool.
That's awesome. Congrats, guys. It's amazing.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah.
So another new thing, probably the thing we just posted about last week, and a lot of people are pretty excited about it. But Sam, do you want to tell them about our new kind of grips design? For
Oh,
our full
yeah.
cork?
So on all of our full cork rods this year, I'm putting grooves in the reels for the cold snap bands. So we have our old recessed reel seat like we've always had, and now you have a spot for all your bands to snap in there, and that gets rid of that bulky feel of having the bands kind of up, and they just kind of sink down there. And if you've ever had a band rod before, after a year you take your bands off and those grooves are kind of indented in there anyway. We're kind of just eliminating that and doing it ourselves. So I can go over there's 3 different ways now that we'll be attaching our reels. So this is a band only setup, and we use the cold snap bands, and they come with the cold snap bands come with a bridge. So as you're sliding the bands up and over, there's a little bridge wrap thing, so it just goes smoothly over all of those, and then you can come back down. It's pretty slick. We have informational video on our if you scan when our rods are in stores, they have these hang tags on them. This is a recoil ice showing that we have those good recoil guides, the real recoils. And then if you scan this QR code, brings you to a bunch of informational stuff to see how to attach reels and things like that. So
Smart.
This is just how I'm doing a lot of mine, no banded. It's kind of cool. You get a little feel there, gives you a little extra grip. I didn't know if I would like, because I'm a big just tape guy, and I didn't know if I would like having those in there, but I don't know, it feels like a hockey stick or something like that. So it's kind of cool. And then on the really big heavy rods, we recommend doing tape and the band on there. So I like to put the bands over. The bands don't get ruined by the tape then, and then you can mess around with different color tape and different color bands and kind of jazz up how it looks. So those are the 3 different options to attach your reels now.
And we also have the classic reel seat that some people just can't go without. They don't like having to tape on the reel or put their bands on. So
Yeah, we talked about that earlier on some of like your big game fish, trophy pike, big lake trout, just not leaving anything up to chance. You don't really need sensitivity at that point.
That's how I like to set up a spring bottle rod too, because it's
Yeah.
a visual thing. It's
Sure.
not a feel thing.
Sure.
So might as well have the reels.
and it makes it a lot easier if you're swapping reels from your ice fishing rods to open water rods. That you can just pop them in and out too.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, we see more people gravitating towards reel seat, like you're talking about, in the heavies, the extra heavies, the medium heavies, and then as you get kind of less and less down into the noodles, then it's primarily the full cork. So I think you're right on the money with what you're saying there. Should we go through the lineup or?
Yes.
let's
Yeah.
do.
Or another, are we another trivia?
Yeah, let's do another trivia question.
All right.
All right. Question number 2. What is the name of the longest rod in the Della Bay ice rod lineup? So what's
Whoever
the
sh-
longest ice rod that we carry? What's the name of that rod?
Whoever shows up on my screen first.
I'm
see.
drawing a blank.
This
I
one's
should
got
know
him.
this.
This one's got him stumped.
Fighting
We don't have
between 2 of
anybody
them.
yet. Oh, there we go.
There it is.
Oh, Chris is so close. Chris was so close, but he spelled it wrong. Or he said it wrong. But so we got Mitch Heil, the Comp Mag.
That's correct.
Got it.
There you go.
Mitch, spinning to win. Here we go. A net gator.
There you go.
Congratulations, Mitch.
Got
Shoot us a
himself a-
DM with your address information. And we'll get that.
Like I
sent
said,
out.
it's just reminder. It's whatever shows up on my screen first, because there is a delay between them and us and you guys out there and everybody else.
Yeah,
So,
everybody's feed is different.
Yep.
So
Yep.
you got people complaining already, Doug.
No, I'm
No,
trying to
we're-
stay on top.
yeah,
of
we're
it.
cutting it off.
Cutting it
Okay.
off right now.
Yeah, nip it in the bud,
Yeah.
I believe is
Yeah.
the term.
You're
Yeah.
the
Speaking of that-
great.
Oh, I'll let you guys go through your.
I think what's easiest probably just to start at the lightest and work our way up to the heaviest. So I'm going to start with our tight line rod. You see a schoolie reel on here for you hardcore panfish tournament anglers. You'll know what this is and what I'm talking about. 20-inch glass. We're also working on getting a carbon developed. So if you're preferring carbon or want to try something new and give us some feedback this year, hit us up in the DMs or email or something like that. And we could probably get you a prototype in the works as well. But we've been using this rod the last couple of years at the Minnesota Made Ice Fishing League, and I went from not ever really using these at all to this is my primary rod when I'm using on tournament day. So definitely a big learning curve, and I'm really happy with how it's turned out and the feedback we've gotten over the last couple of years and the little tweaks that we've made. So this will be a rod that you can get standard from us now. And we just talked about Joe's. Joe's has a handful of them going in there. So they're going to start being on the shelves as well. So
hey, we got breaking news. I just came across one myself, and now I'm the proud owner.
Nice.
Yeah,
An experienced one. Hey, I won that fair and square.
and I stole it fair and square. So that Dale's got one himself. So
Yeah, funny how that works, isn't it, Sam? Like you're like, what is this little toy thing? And then once that light bulb goes off, you're like, yeah, this is superior to every other bite detection system out there.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, it took me a while to learn, you know, when I'm feeling that bite to not lift up and set the hook, you know, that's like the hardest thing, just so much muscle memory. There's a nibble, set the hook. And with that, you got to feel that nibble and you go down a little bit and watch for that line, as you guys well know.
And even if you do prefer a spring bobber, even once you learn the technique, you can utilize that in a spring bobber, because that dropping before you set the hook, with the spring bobber, that thing's under a little bit of load, and when you drop your tip, that thing's gonna relax, because the fish has all the weight of your bait. So it's the same thing. You're staying in the strike zone. You just, does that fish have it? You drop, nope. You keep working it. Does he have it? Nope. Does he have it? It either slacks on a tight line or it relaxes that spring if you're using a spring bobber, and that's when you set the hook.
Right. Yeah, I guess the other thing that made the tight line rod really make a lot of sense to me was I used to be a basin bomber, and 30 feet of water isn't too great with it because of the schoolie reel.
No.
Once you fish in some tournaments and realize every big panfish is sitting in the thickest weeds in the lake and 8-10 feet of water, then it makes a heck of a lot more sense too.
Yeah.
So,
Also true.
Yeah. So that's the tight line. And if you're new to tight lining, you want to ask us some questions and make sure you're on the right path with what line you're using and everything like that. We can answer those questions too. So feel free to reach out, and we'll help you out with that. Are you have your pencils there?
Yeah. Before I get into this one, Doug, are you guys doing a discount code for the show this year?
that's up to you if you want to do a discount code for the show.
Okay. Yes. We I activated it right before just to be sure, but SmackDown is the discount code for 15% off. So if you order a rod or any of our apparel either today or tomorrow, code SmackDown for 15% off.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
So Pan Sizzler is probably our most popular panfish rod.
Love it.
It's one of the first rods that we designed. It's a noodle style rod, really sensitive tip, and features the recoil guides, as do all of our rods. But if you're not familiar with the recoil guides, you can bend them against the blank and they won't break. Great for fishing outside. They shed ice really, really well, and they're super duper light. So this rod weighs next to nothing with cork handle and the recoil guides on it. But excellent rod for all your panfish applications, super duper light stuff. And it does have a little bit of backbone in case you do bump into something a little bit heavier. But this is one of my favorite panfish rods I always have in my box.
Moving up from that, it looks like we're getting close to time, so we'll move a little fast.
We can go over. Don't worry about it. We can go over.
Oh, you got a lot more to go over.
Yeah, we can go over.
Just up from that is our Piranha Pup Light. So the Pan Sizzler Nate just showed was a glass blank. So that has more of a noodly tip. This is a full carbon. So this still has a flexible tip. It's obviously going to bend when you get a panfish on there. But it's a lot better for working a little bit of bigger baits, like a pinhead minnow or something like that. I find on the Pan Sizzler, my tip is kind of droopy with working something like that, where this, I feel like I can really hop it like I want to. It's a 30-inch, so it's good in the house. I mean, good wherever. And then Nate's going to show you here. Just a bump up from that is our. You want this one right here?
I got one here. So up from the Piranha Pup is the OG. This one's also a light. This one's 34 inches, a little bit longer, great for hole hopping if you like to fish outside. Just an excellent all-around crappie rod. Great for if you want to hang a small minnow under a bobber, or if you want to fish some of those bigger active baits for crappies and bigger panfish. OG, if you're not familiar, is an abbreviation for original Guido. After
I should mention Piranha Pup. This is Pups, aka Nate Piranto. So we both have a little bit of our blood, sweat, and tears in the company. So we figure we'd get a little bit of a name after us as well.
There you go.
Yeah, dig it.
We're famous.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Next up is a 36-inch glass tip dip. We originally designed this to be a dead stick rod.
And it's not called a dead stick, Doug.
I was just thinking. I'm never asking anybody else what their dead stick rod name is. I'm done.
So it does do what we designed it for, which is dead stick for walleye. You know, you put it in a rod holder and you look over and the tip's bent over and you go up there and snatch the walleye. Plenty of backbone back here for those walleye, but then lots of noodly tip section. But we've had also a lot of feedback from people who really like it for panfish. So it'll be their longer panfish stick. If they prefer something longer than the pan sizzler, this has been a really good rod, just extremely versatile rod. And something that I like about it is I bring it with when I'm pan fishing, be my longer bobber stick, but I'll also obviously have it when I'm walleye fishing. So if I have a rod that can be in my box almost every time I'm on the water, that's a rod that I'm, pretty happy about. So, swap out reels. Again, that's where we see a few more of these getting the reel seat version. People go from a 4 pound line to up to an 8 pound line, depending if they're panfish or walleye fishing. So that's another good option for you if you want some versatility.
Another very versatile rod is the 15 for 2. This is a medium light, 35-inch. Just a really great all-around rod. Excellent for the type of walleye fishing I like to do. Great for eater size walleyes, those 12 to 18-ish size fish. Great for small jig and spoons. You can kind of fish the top end of the panfish spectrum if you're fishing some heavier, like small little rattle baits or things like that. But it's 15 for 2. If you've ever played cribbage, when you're scoring in cribbage or hopping around.
It's for those crappie chronicle size crappies.
That's right. Yeah.
Nothing like
Jumbo
that.
perch, and those are also
Great perch rod.
Our Montana store gets a lot of those for rainbow.
Oh,
trout,
sure.
things like
What's a jumbo perch?
that.
It
You
used
know what
to be
it-
relaxed
the-
30 years ago.
I'd say 12-inch or bigger.
Yeah, 12 qualifies.
12-inch perch exist?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
It's our Montana customers love them. We'll say that.
Yeah,
In Idaho, probably.
North Dakota's pretty good.
I apparently need to get out more.
Yeah.
That's a true statement for a lot of reasons, but continue.
Now we're into our mediums. This is the eyedropper. This is kind of another staple rod for us throughout the years. 32-inch, full carbon, and it's kind of right in that sweet spot for a lot of those smaller jigging spoons. Anything that you're working actively for walleye. And if people prefer this over the lamplighter, which Nate will tell you about if you're in a house usually, just because it's 32-inch, so you're not hitting the bunk bed ahead above you or whatever is in the house. And then the lamplighter, which Nate's about to show you, is kind of my favorite for running and gunning.
Yeah, it's also a medium. It's a 36 inch, so a little bit longer. Great for fishing outside. For the giveaway rod, we're going to be doing the eyedropper that Sam just mentioned. So whoever wins the ice rod on the wheel, that's the rod they'll be winning. Awesome all-around walleye rods. Can pretty much do all your walleye applications. Great for especially for jig and spoons and things like that. So and then we're getting up into kind of the heavies.
Yeah, so medium heavy rip and rattle. This one definitely has some more oomph in it than our mediums. We designed this rod to be use those big rattle baits up on like Lake Winnipeg and anywhere you want. I mean, Mille Lacs too. I like using the big rattle baits. So any place where you want to use those bigger rattle type baits. Or another thing I found this is really good for is using it in the iFish Pro with a bigger size minnow, 5 or 6 inch sucker minnow or a big shiner under the iFish Pro. You want to be able to have that hook set and power to get into the teeth through that minnow, get into the fish's mouth. So this is kind of that perfect for that application as well.
And this is the rod that I have been alluding to when I'm talking about big rattle baits, calling in or just trying to catch them or whatever. That's the rod, and it is perfectly matched up with those big rattle baits. I mean, you can control it, and it's not too stiff. A lot of times it's just stiff, and you just can't feel it right. When you're bringing it up, you feel every single thump of that bait. You can control that bait, and it matched up perfect. When I got it from you guys, I was heading up to the Lake of the Woods, which you guys got them to me on very short notice. Thank you for that.
We tried.
Yeah, and it was absolutely perfect from the very first rip that I made with that thing. So very well done on that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Doug.
Yeah, and even Alan Kichler is over there going, yes, because I had him try it. He fully agrees. So good job.
Nice. So the next one up from the rip and rattle is the compensator. It's a 40-inch heavy, awesome lake trout rod. Spent a lot of time with this rod out in Montana fishing for Lakers on Fort Peck and Whitefish Lake, and it's just a great rod for fishing those big jigs, up to like 1.5 ounces, maybe two ounces would be kind of on the tippy toes for this rod. But really great lake trout rod. It's not giving you that broomstick vibe. It's got a little more play in the tip section than some of the other heavy rods out there. So provides some give for those head shakes, and then still has plenty of backbone to get a big size hook into those bony lake trout mouths. So great rod for pike too in the iFish Pro if you're going to be hanging like a smelt or something like that. Gotcha.
And it's called the compensator.
Yep.
And where would that name come from?
Well, originally it was our biggest rod, so it was almost like you were compensating for something when you bought it. That's kind of the play on words there. But now we have
that's for people that buy diesel
the
trucks.
compensator magnum. So now you can really.
There we go.
Did it cut out?
Yep.
Now we have a compensator magnum, so you can really compensate for something, and that's our extra heavy. This is the biggest, heaviest rod that we offer. This year we have started something new. We've tried it out in years past and got some good feedback, but now we have it on our website full time. This is a reel seat, extra heavy, and what we've done on that, I don't know if you're going to be able to see it, is we've spiral wrapped it. So the first guide there starts on top, the next one is on the side, and then it brings the line down to the bottom of the rod. And that's just because on a short ice rod like this, when you're really fighting the fish, you have so much bend and so little of a length that you need to bring that line down to the bottom. Otherwise, if it's up on top, it's going to be cutting the corner and coming underneath and just doing all sorts of bad stuff. So this allows us to get a casting reel on this casting reel seat, but still bring the line around to the bottom, so the rod is happy when you're fighting the fish. So this is a rod that people have been using out for sturgeon. and having some luck with. Also, the biggest lake trout size. What do you say ounce wise for lake trout baits? 2.5 or 3?
Yeah, if you're wanting to fish like some of those bondies, those mini bondies, it's a great rod for that too.
Yeah, the smallest of the bondies, it works. It's not a broomstick, so a lot of people are used to an extra heavy rod being so heavy, and some people learn to like that. So that's not what this is, but it is extra heavy in the back end here and can handle anything up to sturgeon. So this is for your biggest baits and your biggest type of presentations and fish.
Does that have the coin?
Yeah,
that's new. We could show them that.
Oh, we got the coin and all.
Fancy.
Oh yeah, we also got them in our tight lines also now.
Oh, nice.
Oh boy.
And we have it too. So
Mine doesn't have one of those.
No. So last year, the only coin we had was a little thicker, and now this year we've bought a coin that's half the thickness. So this coin is basically barely thick enough to work. So when we put the coin in the back of the smallest models last year, you could actually feel it, and it put the balance off. So we just said, you know what, I'm not going to put a coin in there just to put a coin in there and make a worse rod. This year we got some thinner, lighter coins in, and the balance is right where we want it to be. So we use the thinner coins now up to OG, and then anything longer and heavier than that, we use the heavier coin, and so that helps balance out those longer rods.
Nice. All right, so that's we ran through the entire rod lineup.
Entire roster. Got any new swag?
Yeah, we got some shirts. You want to show them a couple shirts? Sure. And we also have prototype vests that I think we'll be doing a limited run in the next coming weeks.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
Sharp.
Something warm you can wear under your ice suit.
I'm gonna call Hunter over and put him on the spot here.
I like the patch. It's like a kind of a motorcycle ice fishing gang. A little cooler than just embroidering the logo into it. Look at Hunter. What a Vanna White model we got going on there.
Absolute beauty. And then just some standard t-shirts. Big logo on there. Hats, t-shirts, hoodies, the good old stuff.
Cool. Oh, yeah.
Now that COVID's done, we're fire sailing our buffs. Nobody wants to wear a mask anymore.
even all the buff wears before this. If you're like, no, I'm tired of it on my face.
Yeah, that was one of my biggest selling points for these t-shirts. I went on airplanes a few times and just wore this as my mask, and it was good to go. So that was kind of
there
nice.
You go. Yeah. All right. So we got all full lineup of rods. Like I said, I've actually got 2 or 3 of them myself. And you guys doing an excellent job. You guys are super good guys. Happy to support you. Everybody, please go check out Della Bay. Is it just DellaBay.com? DellaBay.fishingrods.com.
DellaBay.com.
Yep.
DellaBay.com. Please check them out. Support them. Let's see if we can, how hard we can make that guy work in the background there, making rods.
Yeah.
We want him to be back there all 24/7 building rods. So there you go.
We'll have to hire people.
Yep.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, boys. Well, we appreciate you joining us. And
one more
giveaway.
And
Did they?
One more trivia.
oh yeah. Oh God.
more trivia.
Yeah. Never
How could you
mind.
forget, Doug?
Because my mind is on 45 different things. I'm sorry.
It's been a long weekend.
And it
also.
has been a
I'll let
long.
it slide.
Yeah. All right. So this is for a rod, right? Because we haven't given away.
Yeah, so we haven't given away the rod yet. So this question will be for an eyedropper.
Yep. And the first person that I see on my screen that has the correct answer will win.
All right. So question number 3. Final question is, what city is the Della Bay shop located in?
Alan knows it, but we're not letting him win.
Terrible audience here, just yelling out answers.
Yeah, that's all right. Somebody's got to win it anyway. See if they can hear it that low. All right, hold on. Let me go up here. We've got our winner. Rick Stevens says Elk River.
Nice.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. There you go.
Congratulations, Rick. Shoot us a DM and we'll with your address and we'll get that rod sent out to you.
Yep. Yeah. Rick, contact Della Bay and they will take care of you on
Very nice.
Yep.
Congrats.
So let's see. We had Elk Rivers all over the place. We had a Delano. We had a Welk River. Apparently,
Someone's really trying to type
yeah,
fast.
poor Mason, Shorewood, all over the place. So,
Tony Dahlberg, you have enough.
Yeah, Tony
Elevate rods, knock it off.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. As always, you guys are awesome. I'm sure we'll see you sometime on the ice.
Absolutely. Sounds great. Thanks,
Thank
fellas.
you, guys.
See you
Good
on
to
the
see you
ice,
again.
boys.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Bye. Officially the youngest person that's ever been on the virtual ice fishing show.
awesome.
Was
Fantastic.
Also the most mature.
at least when it comes to to us, yes, for sure.
Always good to see those guys.
Yeah. Go sit down, Jim. We got a Oh yeah.
Oh, they're yeah.
And
salt of the earth,
I'm
guys.
I'm pretty sure they're going to be in St. Paul at the show. But yeah, they make a really good rod. I mean, hands down, really good rod. And like I said, they won't do this necessarily for everybody because they're probably super busy. I got mine a couple years ago when it was a little slower, but yeah, they did an excellent job on the rods that I got. So love them. We've got my buddy Jim. He's got the Blackhole Patch, and we'll get to that in just a second. But first and foremost, thank you to Clam Outdoors. Thank you to Glacier Ice Houses, and of course Thorn Brothers. You still have time if you're in the area to get your name entered in to win this Kichler custom rod. It's the 34-inch power noodle. It's very nice rod. Orange, brown, gold, very classy rod. It's got gold guides.
I like those.
It's got not that this makes it more valuable, but it's got our logos on it. The three of us, the Lone Angler / Broken Line, Full Scale Outdoors, and then the SmackDown Outdoors logo on there too. Thank you, Alan, for doing that and including these two on that. Absolutely love it. But I might have somebody I know come in and just, hey, go win this rod, and then let me
steal
win
it from him.
Yeah, steal it from him. But no, we'll try that after our last vendor of the day. Yeah. So, you ready?
Sure.
Okay. Are you censored into the frame of the camera there?
Centered?
Well, I mean,
Yeah, I'm in there.
it'd be preferred.
I'm in it.
Go ahead and lift your mic up just a little bit.
Get that mic
tilted up.
He's within the square.
There you go.
There you go.
Check. You're good. Yep, he's good. All right, let's bring him in. This is a friend of mine, Jimbo. How are you, sir?
Doing good.
Good. Are we going to shoot some more ducks next year?
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
tough because it
Yeah,
was a
it
day
was-
like this.
Yeah, it was just like
Gorgeous.
this. It was ridiculous.
It was not duck hunting weather.
No.
It's not,
Yeah.
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
not
ridiculous.
conducive to shooting ducks.
No.
But you have a product that it's not fancy, it's not glamorous, but it fixes a problem that we all have somewhere in stuff we have probably. I know I've actually got a pair of ice fishing bibs that this is probably going to help.
Yeah.
It's called the Blackhole Patch.
Yep.
And that's pretty much what it is. It's a patch.
It's a patch kit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll let you take over and show people and talk about it.
Yeah, so it's just it's a patch kit that we started with ice houses, and I ended up buying a old clam suitcase one when we first started. It was just mice just tore it apart, and we tested it with it, and we still have it today. We actually use it as a bathroom for tournaments,
Oh
so you don't have to walk too far. You just drill a hole and whatever.
Yep.
But yeah, it looks like a shotgun hit it, and it's kind of cool. Like that's a picture on the Facebook page and the website and everything. But yeah, so pretty easy to use and everything. You just it's got the directions in here, but you get two big, like, I don't know, squares here. And the trick with these is if you're going to use these, you want to round the corners.
So
you're gonna
it doesn't cut.
yeah,
catch
so
on
it doesn't
stuff.
catch on stuff. But once you do that, it's on there. We've had the ones on that ice house for like 13 years.
Oh, wow.
So, and that's been used almost every year.
Yeah.
In and out. And then you get 4 circles, which are the more, I'd say, the ones you're going to use the most.
Yeah.
Like
Smaller
the
cuts and-
smaller
yep.
holes and cuts and stuff like that. And I brought in a jacket to kind of show how to do that. But
Okay.
yeah, I mean, it's got the directions, just a little nice little pack. And
Yeah. I mean, this is a stupid, simple little
yeah,
thing, but instead of having to go through the company and figure out this and that and the other, it's like,
Yeah.
okay, just get one of these, have it sitting anywhere. You know, like I have like I said, a pair of bibs that have a cut in it. The auger got a little close. The razor auger did.
yeah,
I was gonna say.
and I barely brushed it.
yeah.
And that's
Oh,
how
don't-
sharp those
it
razor
doesn't
auger
take
blades
much.
are.
No.
No,
And that's the thing. It's like, sure, maybe your ice house company has a warranty or whatever else, maybe.
Yeah.
But are you going to get it right after you slice the hole in your
there you go.
shack while the wind's whipping in it? No, but if you
Yep.
have that one in your tackle box in your truck, you can take care of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then deal with it when you get home during the week. And
Yeah.
it's perfect. And then
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's not just for like the ice houses, it's for your ice gear, the jackets and bibs and everything. But then one of the bigger sellers we've had is actually a convertible tops. Like some of these guys have on their Jeeps and things
Oh,
like that.
there you
the
go.
actual car top.
Yeah,
Okay.
actual
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
convertible tops. Yeah.
Yep.
So we've done a lot with that. And I mean, you go camping in with the tent, you
Yep.
get a hole, put that on, deal with it when you get home.
Yep.
You
Yep.
know, it's just
Yeah,
one
some
of those
nice-
nice things.
Rain gear, anything.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
waterproof, resistant.
Water resistant, yeah.
Okay.
The only thing is you don't want to like it's not real. You can't wash it.
Okay.
It'll come off, but it's still sticky. But it comes off in the wash. I
Yeah.
tried that. There's no way around it. The soap.
If anybody has any tips on how to get an ice house into a washing
Yeah.
machine, I would greatly appreciate it. In other words, I don't think we're worried about most of it.
No. But
Yeah.
if you're wearing like you got a shirt, and you're like, oh shoot, I put a hole in it. I don't want
Yep.
that to get caught on everything else.
Yeah.
And it'll work for them, but you just can't wash it.
Yep.
But
yeah, and actually, one of my the bag for my resort flip or pop up hub. Now that I think about it, the mice in my shed might have put a couple holes in the travel bag.
Yeah. You
So,
use it for that.
There you go. Yeah, and I can cut that stuff down pretty easy, scissors or whatever.
Scissors work great. Yep.
Okay.
And excuse me. But yeah, you can cut it down to whatever you want. If you need a bigger piece, we can get it, but this seems to be if you got a bigger hole than this, you're
You got other issues.
yeah.
learn how to sew because you
Yeah.
can just go buy some fabric and put her in there.
Yep. So
Yeah. So when you is it better to just put it on? Can you just put it on one side, or should you put it on both sides of the hole to make it look a little better?
you can just do the one, but it's the best is to do it on both sides. And it'd be easier to show you guys. We'll just
What are you doing?
I'm gonna cut.
Don't do that.
Oh no.
Oh no, we have a hole in our jacket.
You're dangling in the hood.
Well,
So-
whatever are we going to do?
know. Maybe get one of these
Hmm.
patch kits here.
This is the most infomercial-esque thing we will do.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah, right.
So just peel it. I did that a little prematurely, but
That's all right. Most of us do.
yeah.
Hi-oh.
So you got the hole there.
Let me get that out of the way.
Anyways, there. You want to do it as flat as you can.
Yep.
So you just put it on. And it's all pressure. It's not heat. It's more pressure than it is heat.
Yep.
That being said, you're going to want to I wouldn't say it'll work in below zero weather, but if you can try to do it in a warmer,
just like any adhesive
Yeah.
for anything.
yeah, exactly. It'll work better, but it still will work.
Yep.
If you're out doing your ice camping, right?
Mhm.
You slap it on there on both sides. It'll work for the rest of the weekend.
Mhm.
Get home, just make sure you bring it inside and really put it on.
Yep.
So, so that's on the one side, but then, I screwed up, and it's got this mesh. But what you would do is just put this on the back side, try to line it
Yep.
up as good as you possibly can.
Yep.
Really
Even-
get it
even-
going.
Even with the mesh, you've at least got the hole covered from
yeah,
the one side.
yeah, with mesh you could do it too. But-
Yep.
And one of the bigger reasons, other than like stability, if you got a big enough hole, especially a mouse hole, you don't have the fabric connecting.
Mm-hmm.
So what ends up happening is when you're putting both, the adhesive adheres to both sides of the patch. So
So actually, if it's something that you're not going to like permanently get fixed or whatever, before you put the patch on, maybe cut some of that ripped material away to make a hole so both sides actually stick together.
Yeah.
So it's almost, that, and then you can just sew it on there later on if you really wanted to.
Yeah.
To make it a permanent solution.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
cool.
Pretty easy.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. It's nothing. It's not, rocket surgery or anything like that. It's just a simple thing that
it works.
Yeah, exactly.
Works forever. And
awesome. I mean, we got Jared. I was thinking my bibs. First time wearing, got nicked by an auger. Washing machine kills that idea. Well, you can still use it. I mean,
people wash bibs?
No, well, not really.
Once a year. Once a year.
I've never washed one single piece of ice fishing equipment other than
Yeah, what are you doing washing your bibs?
Leave the fish slime on it.
You should see my extreme fours. When we went fishing and caught a bunch of buffalo carp and stuff, they have whites all over them. And I'm like, those are just telling a story. That's all it is. I caught a Minnesota Master Angler smallmouth buffalo with those.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly. 28-incher. So
that's a big fish.
Yeah. But you could later on stick it on there, get it all nice and done, and then stitch around it, and then you could wash it because
it'd probably stay on a little bit. But
every 2 years, washing the bibs. Oh, well, wash them now, then put the patch on, and then you've got 2 years for that patch to be fine.
Yep.
So, and it's the washing machine. I mean, really, like a lot of bibs and stuff like that, you really don't want to throw it in a washing machine because of the waterproofing anyway. So you just want to kind of hand wash them type of thing. A lot of people don't know that. So let's see. We have had to bring the portable into the lobby of the hotel to patch a house fishing upper red at 20 below one time. This would have been perfect.
Yep.
There you go. Twin Cities Walleye Unlimited. You guys are disgusting. You don't wash your bibs? No.
That's the
Why
guy with the
would
last
ya?
name of Funk.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe that's why he doesn't want anybody looking at him. Are you the one that stinks over there, Funk? No. Okay. Wash bibs. I don't even wash my clothes. Mitch Heil. Oh, that's great. So, website. How to get
the blackholepatch.com is good. We do have a Facebook page, and then we're going to do a little giveaway on the Facebook page. What you do is we got 2 hats. You got to go there and like it, and then just put hashtag Smackdown Outdoors.
Perfect. And easy enough. Go show them some support.
There you go.
Enter in the giveaway. And it's one of these things you get a couple, you keep one in your fishing stuff, you keep them in your truck, maybe you keep one at home. I don't know, just throw it in the different places.
Definitely one of the save the day, save the trip products.
Exactly.
It's awesome.
I mean, your tent.
Yeah.
And it's raining outside. Well, throw this, dry it off as best you can, slap this on there. Maybe put something over it, keep some water, let it kind of seal or whatever, and you're now dry.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. It saves the weekend. You don't have to worry about it till you get home.
Yep.
And you're good.
Yep. So it won't work on like waders that are submerged in water. And keep it maybe a little bit.
I can't guarantee it, but
It'll help.
it'll help. And then like it definitely, we've had a lot of people ask about this. Is right in the crotch where you always get a hole.
Yep.
It won't work there.
No, too much rubbing and
It's
moving.
moving, and it's
Yeah.
just weird angles and stuff. You can't.
Yeah.
It's not that flexible.
Yeah. The flatter the surface that doesn't get moved around a lot type
Yeah.
of thing works well.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Jimbo, thanks for helping me.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming on out and showing it, and hopefully some
Cool.
folks out there purchase it. So the blackholepatch.com.
Yep.
Awesome. All right, man.
Thank you very
Cool.
much.
Thank you guys.
Thanks, bud. Alan's got the page right there. So
Very
enter
cool.
enter in to win, Alan, while you're
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
I like
Another
those,
another
break-
common problem solved.
Yeah, I like those.
Exactly. Oh,
You know,
geez.
in case of emergency break glass
Yeah.
situation
Yep.
type things. You know,
Oh, yeah.
Could be a trip saver.
absolutely.
I mean, honestly.
Very well could be.
I'm
You
that
never
kind of
know.
guy too. Like I kind of plan for disaster sometimes. I built a little toolkit for my portable. Has all the right sockets and wrenches to tighten poles and all that kind of stuff.
I mean, I have done the auger slice in my house.
It's easy to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. We're coming to the final stretch. We still got 4 to go. It's Sunday afternoon. Do we have a Vikings game update?
We
Dale's-
do.
Is it good news?
Well, it's 20-26. They just made us punt, but they fumbled on said punt, and Vikes recovered.
Oh, okay. How much time is left?
Oh man, it's going to require glasses.
Here,
I've
I'll-
only kind
I'll-
of sort of
I'll
been
look.
looking at. I got it.
Oh, okay. 28-26 Vikes.
And we're in the red zone.
Okay.
10 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
All right. We're on about the 12-yard line, and we run the ball.
Handoff
and
goes
we-
nowhere.
Yeah, it goes nowhere. All right. There we go.
For a loss of 4 yards.
For your play-by-play. Hopefully the NFL doesn't get us shut down. Anywho, Corey, hop on over there. We'll bring you in just a second here. We got Corey with Macula Tackle, and thank God you. I know I've learned, and thank God you brought the correct display.
Holy Moses!
Thank
Those are fun.
goodness, because
Brought lake trout.
I mean,
jigs.
we got cameras, but in Zoom, but for Christ's sakes, thank
That's
God
pretty
this-
smart. I like that.
Exactly.
That's fun.
Yep. Touched. Oh, wait a minute. Play by play. Do it.
What happened?
We throw the ball.
Caught
Caught.
at the 8-yard line, out at the 6.
Chet, you hush. Chet.
Yeah,
you
and
hush.
I'm way down. See, this is
Hush.
Alan. They're stealing your job now. Like I have
Yes.
I'm watching on the NFL mobile, and it's very lagged.
Apparently,
like 20
yeah.
seconds lag.
Jeez Louise. Well, give us some updates as it happens. So
Touchdown KJ. Not JJ.
well, touchdown KJ. Who's KJ? Who's KJ? I don't know. Anyway, thank you. Go Pack, go.
To the bottom of the NFC North.
Have fun in Loserville, USA. Skull. Anywho, thank you to the sponsors, Clam Outdoors, Glacier Ice Houses, and Thorn Brothers, who are all Minnesota companies. Not that nasty Wisconsin. No, not those Packer fans. No, Minnesota Vikings fans. KJ Osborne.
KJ Osborne, yep. I just
So,
saw it.
there you go.
Nice.
That was fast. I saw Corey 45 minutes ago in Ramsey. That's right.
Boom.
Well,
Flash.
no good on the extra point. Oh, darn it. Anyway, Corey, the camera's on you. Macula Tackle.
Okay.
What's up, dude?
Nothing. How's it going?
Good.
Good.
I've been trying to watch you guys, but when you're at a show, it's impossible.
Yeah, well, I know because you've been commenting, and then it went silent about 9:30, 10 o'clock yesterday. So I'm like, oh, he's at the show.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fun times.
Yeah. So how are things at Macula? You building up supply? You're gonna have enough to last?
I'm hoping that where I'm at right now, we're going to be good for obviously this last show we survived. And then we're going to be at the Hot Water Expo next. So that should be a good seller as well. And then St. Paul. So a lot of my building inventory was just trying to be ready for show season. And I think I'm there. If not, it's going to be a few late nights trying to catch up and stuff. But when it's kind of a one-man show, my neighbor helps out too. So
Yeah.
we're slowly growing.
Nice.
Yep. Looked for you, Corey Bechtold, at the show yesterday. Apparently, Jared didn't find you.
How can you not?
Just look for the crazy glasses or the guy
Right.
talking loud.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
exactly.
what it is. Yeah.
And like swinging this thing around, like
yeah.
like some
Yep.
medieval weapon. My wife's like, you got to stop swinging that around. You're going to hit somebody.
Yeah, probably.
It's
Probably.
like, you're
Gonna shoot someone's eye out, kid.
So apparently now you're into shark.
yes, yep.
baits.
We're
So-
going down to saltwater next. So we figured we better get ahead of the curve.
That's a Bemidji bluegill
No,
bluegill
that's-
jig.
Oh wow.
Mute.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Pretty
Yeah,
much.
It is.
Yeah, go ahead,
Um,
mute me.
In reality, I mean, we're talking your regular sized ice jigs, but I love the fact that you actually have two giant versions of them, so you can show them normally.
Mhm.
Well, not normally, but you can show them clearly
Yeah.
on this format. So thanks for bringing those in.
Thanks. Yeah. Basically, Macula Tackle started as a concept, and I know you've had me on your show before, and maybe for the people that haven't heard the whole story, I'll try to kind of keep it in a nutshell. Well, it's not going to happen.
You got to
but,
wear the glasses, by the way.
I probably will, especially if I have to show you how to tie things.
Okay.
Then the glasses
Yeah,
come out and
red,
everything.
green, and orange.
Okay, we can put them on. Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, these are my my show helpers.
Yep.
When people start asking, "Well, what does this say?"
Yeah.
Don't eat it. But anyways, so years ago, I was ice fishing with my dad, and my eyes were good, and he wrapped a crappie on the transducer and was trying to pull it out, and pulling out of the hole, line broke. He did the old dive down the hole trying to get his fish, and a lot of obscenities and curse words and everything, and I just started laughing at him, and then just kept fishing. And then I kind of looked over and he wasn't fishing. He's just sitting on the bench in the fish house. I'm like, why aren't you fishing? He's like, well, I can't see to tie another jig on. So why don't you just keep fishing? We're almost done. I'm like, well, that's stupid. Give me your rod. And I tied another jig on because at that time my eyes were good. And got home that night. True story. Got done cleaning fish, got wrapped up, laid down, was basically asleep. And you start getting dream world and everything. And something hit me. And it was literally like, why are eyes on jigs so small anyways? And I had a piece of paper next to the bed and I kind of drew this little shape. And it was the next day, the next day, I was kind of dinking around and I'm like, I drew something in my sleep last night. And I went and looked at it and it was almost to the T, this shape of a hook. Coat hanger. but you get the idea. And it was like, and I saw it and I'm like, oh, so then I started like drawing on my drawings and trying to come up with shapes and everything. And then I was like, oh my God, I got this, brilliant idea for this, large opening to get your line through. And I thought I got to patent this or something like that. And of course, I know I'm just like some kid from Buffalo, Minnesota, live in Big Lake. I moved a whole like 10 miles. But I don't know how to patent anything. So there was a long process, and I don't want to, bore everyone to death with that whole thing. But
Well, it might not be, not like the entire thing, but
Okay.
some info because
Yeah.
there's a lot of, small businesses on
Someone's
here.
sitting on an
somebody
idea
out
right
there,
now.
Right
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
mhm.
So, and we got time.
Oh,
so
perfect.
kind of,
Okay.
go through that a little bit.
So at the time, friends were telling me, it was like, oh, if you have this great idea, just, write it down on it and mail it to yourself, but don't open it. So then it's in the envelope. But a lot of patent laws were changing, and it used to be like whoever had the patent first, you get to do stuff with your patent. But they'd changed the rules and stuff, and the game's always changing. It was you have to file. So the first step of the patent process is basically, I got this idea, I'm gonna send it in, and basically it kind of protects you for a few years while you try to get all your ducks in a row, so that it's like, okay, in that time you're maybe making changes to your shapes and styles, but you have to make it like unique. And I don't want to scare anybody in the fishing industry, but I'd actually just found this out like this year. The guy that helped me with my patent, I was actually coaching his daughter in basketball, and my wife found out he was a patent attorney. So he helped me with this whole process. And he said he's like, I was stunned when we sent it in finally, like after you have your 3-year, you can pay a penalty just to extend it a little longer before we finally have everything ready. And then it kind of goes into the patent office. And then, people who have never fished before in their life just read stuff and basically, is it unique enough to put a patent on it or whatever? And then it was kind of in la la land, and all of a sudden I get this paperwork back and it's like, hey, your patent's been approved. And Paul, this guy that had helped me with this patent process, said I was stunned. He said, usually in the fishing industry, everything's already been done, and there's patents on so many things already that really there's nothing that it's very rare for somebody to actually get a patent.
Yep.
And so I was like, woo, we're just
So step one, it's worth a shot to at
Yeah.
least send in the paperwork to see.
Mhm.
Yeah. But the fear is, and this is unfortunately the world that we're in right now, is overseas, especially, like, stuff can get copied very easily. And it just seems like people, like, if you have a product in the United States, that's great. But if overseas copies it and then some big major company brings it in, little guy that can't afford a lawyer to go after big company that basically knocked them off, it's a gamble. But I really felt that with Macula Tackle, we had something that was worth trying to protect, because it's not here. And the worst part about it is, like, Patrick and I had known each other for a long time, and you knew damn well I was working on something for a long, long time. And it was a concept, and it was, we work shows and work for other companies, and we're in the fishing world, and to walk around, especially St. Paul show, when literally you're looking at every tackle company and every jig that's out there, and everyone's got this shape and everyone's got that shape, and then we got this one with that paint and that one with that glow. But realistically, it's just a hook and somebody attached a shape or molded, or now in the world of tungsten, soldered onto said platform or normal hook. And that's kind of where everyone was at with their baits. And I'm walking around just going, at that time, I hadn't had the patent. And I'm literally walking around and everyone's like, hey, check out our jig. Check out our jig. And it was like, I already know in my mind what I need as a fisherman. Because at this point, and it took years to get there. That was where I was like, my eyes are kind of turned into crap. And it was like, I better do something about this. So I started wearing, of course, everyone's got cheaters. And then so it's like, start out with the 1.0. And then it's like, well, I better go see the eye doctor next year, because now I'm up to the 1.75. And then it's like, well, this one really helps, but I bow hunt, so I need contacts. And talk about having to learn how to put contacts in your eyes at a 35-year-old.
Well, when I first started meeting you, a couple times at the show, I knew you as the guy with the glasses, the red glasses or the white or the different colored glasses. I didn't even really know your name.
Yeah.
I'm like, the guy with the tall, skinny guy with the bright glasses, and then I actually got like to talking and meeting and stuff. Yeah. So,
yep. And I'm working on another pair of glasses for the St. Paul show. So you're going to see me in some more stuff.
Leopard print.
No, but it was super fun though when what happened, and I'll try to sum it up a little bit. But I was working with a major tackle company for a while, because they saw we need this. I mean, we want this, and things were kind of moving forward, but slowly. And you got this guy that does that, and this person that does this, and then it gets done there, and then it gets sent here, and then it comes over here, but then COVID had hit. And that was where a lot of companies, I think, literally everything came to a screeching halt.
A lot of companies put the brakes on a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that was supposed to come out this year that's getting pushed back, that was supposed to come back out last year, that now is starting to come out. So it put a halt to a lot of things.
Exactly. So at that time, I had some hooks, 2 sizes, because that's where I started, was just with more. I'm a dire panfish guy, so I needed the size 10, and then I needed the size 8. That was like the 2 big ones that I kind of had in my possession. And so when they came to us or came out to me and like, hey, sorry, it's just not going to happen. Thanks for your time, but no thanks. And I'm like, 7 years. Patent had been live for like 3 or something. So I'm sitting on, and then there's actually 2 patents kind of piggybacking one another to give me better protection. And so what happens is you kind of just, as an adult, as a person, as somebody who has had this concept, this idea, and known that the fishing world needs it. Not everybody, it's not a cure all for everybody. If you have good eyesight, it's no problem for you. But for the normal person, it was like something that I felt I got to do something with this. And it was my daughter, Brooke. And because we were like, do we just we gave it a run. We lost some money on the patent and everything and just give up. Things are hard. And I'm like, I kind of look at my daughter's like, well, I don't know how to fish with any other jig. This is basically all we've fished with, from early prototypes and trying to have things done, and she's like, this is all I know right now. And I'm like, well, part of me is a dad, and, I don't want to show my kids I quit on something, especially something I believe in. Yeah. And it's like, well, okay, I got hooks. And at that time I was just pinching lead on them, just a non-removable split shot, just
Yeah.
on the hook, and it's like, okay, I can go fish this.
That's all a hook is anyway, or a jig is anyway, if you
It's-
think about it.
Yeah, and what you put on it, it just gets it down there.
Yeah.
That's kind of it. But the shape, and in a way, in our world, there's reasons for why I have done some of my shapes. It's
Right.
not just obviously early day. That's all I could do.
At the end of the day, a kid doesn't care about shapes.
No.
They just want let on a hook and go catch a fish.
Oh, but they care about color.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, the kids at the show are just the
Oh,
hot
yeah.
pinks and the whatever, the bright color. This particular color, especially at the show, was like all the kids wanted to grab that one. Plus, I'm also holding a giant one. It looks super cool. But I had to learn how to get a mold made, and then I was like, well, this is super slow. A do-it mold is basically 2 pieces of like aluminum with handles, and then some custom place has to machine it out. And it was a friend of mine's dad who worked, I think he worked for 3M or something. And he's like, well, just, cut it up for you or whatever. And so then I had, you put the hooks in, sandwich her down, pour away. And I'm like, God, it's super slow. And my wife's biggest fear was, she's like, well, if we're going to launch, a company or start a company, she's like, we got to have tons of these, or, if it blows up on us, and we don't have more hooks and we can't keep up, we're dead in the water. So she had a huge fear. So while I was working on this, was it like 3 months after, not even 2 months after that company had backed out on me, I had the mold made, and I was just sitting in the shed, and I was just pouring away as best I could. And then I was, painting them myself, and spraying them. I tried powder coating and stuff, but oh my gosh, it's some powder coats are awesome and you get a beautiful looking, jig every time. And then some of them, it's like, this is mud.
Yeah.
Everything's filled.
Yep.
I can't use this.
I played around with jig making one winter, and then once I started diving into it, you need a float, you need the bubbler, and I was like, yep, that was a fun experiment. I'm out.
Yeah, tapping onto this one. But the first mold that we made is basically this particular shape. And I remember I actually sat down with a guy who worked for like Boston Scientific, and I didn't understand what CAD drawings were or anything. And it was basically these guys, no computers, and they're like, tick, 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 and it's like, and it's rotating this thing. And
Patrick enters chat.
Patrick enters chat.
Yeah, I know how to do that stuff.
Yeah, it's CAD drawing stuff. You're my guy now.
Yeah.
But I wanted, number one, okay, we had the hook, which was the large opening, but I wanted something because I hated there used to be, and I know someone might yell at me, his name might be Doug, about the Hexifly. Was a super cool jig from Northland back in the day.
I've still got a pile.
Every
of them.
time I find them, I buy a bunch just to have them because they don't make them anymore.
I stumbled into them every once in a while. You'll go into like a little gas station and they have them there. My issue with the Hexifly and a lot of different jigs is when you held them, okay, they would roll in your finger one way or the other. They always wanted to find a direction. And it was, especially if you're putting on artificial baits where you're really concentrating on threading them on straight so they don't curl or spin when you jig them. I was like, I want something that I can hang on to. So I wanted some flatter sides so that I had control of that jig while I was putting my bait on. I also wanted a flatter bottom for my open water fishing so that if I cast it out and would get it down to the bottom, and when you keep your line tight, you would have something that wouldn't just flop one way or the other. It actually, the hook would kind of stay up. Because sometimes, like if I fish docks or lifts or anything like that, and I'm pitching underneath there, you'll get either hits on the fall, or I have had crappies and bluegills, bass, everything. You'll pick something up off the bottom. Everyone knows the Ned jig or the Ned rig.
Oh yeah.
Basically that tail kind of sticks up, and then the bass are like, I got to hit that stupid thing, get it off my bed, and they suck it up, so if it rolled over, a bass is gonna have a little bit harder time sucking it up. That's why the Ned rigs are so good. And because of that flat bottom, that's why this jig was just like kicking butt for me. And it was like, so I'm building these as fast as I can and painting them, and then it's like we have to come up with a company name. So we weren't even at that point. We were literally just like, okay, well, we got the, our eyelets big, and, I was thinking Halo. Okay. And you go halo.com or Halo Fishing or Halo Tackle or taken. It's like crap. All right. So my wife, my daughter and I are sitting around the living room, and we're like, well, what name? And everything, and I'm not kidding, dude, like everything you type into Google search,
Try coming up with a podcast name. Jesus.
But SmackDown is a good name. I love it. But I'm sure you spun wheels for quite some time before you actually got that. name.
I started it because I started the company in the era of deer hunting where everybody was saying I gave them the smackdown, and at that time it was cool, and I thought it was cool, so I got the company name.
Yeah.
And then when I started the podcast, I'm like, what do I call it? Well, I've already got the name, and it's an official company. Whatever, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
And then I got into, like, when I decided to copyright, I actually have paperwork signed with the WWE.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
we're both covered both ways. I got to stay out of wrestling. They got to stay out of outdoors.
Okay.
So, but either way, names are a pain in the butt.
Yeah. And so it was, I think my wife was at work one day and it was a little bit slower where she had time to, sit on the computer and kind of click away while answering phones and everything. And she's, a big part of our concept is eyes, the eye of the, and it's funny because my daughter on her packaging, she wanted to call it an eyelet. And I'm like, no, an eyelet is what everyone else has. That's full of paint that you have to play operation with every time you're out fishing. I said, we have the eye. They have the eyelet. Said we're not putting eyelet on our, we have a patented eyelet. No, we have a patented eye. And we actually call it a rail. So it's actually one whole part of that hook. So my wife anyway was looking at names and she's like, well, the eye, obviously the eye is very important. And she's looking at like, the retina and the cornea and just what are the parts in the human eye? And one of them is the macula. Everyone has a macula in their eye. What allows you to focus on fine detail. And she's like, macula sounds interesting. Tackle. Nobody had it. And it was kind of funny. I had a friend of mine who used to work for Pure Fishing, and now he works for Lowrance, and he was like, "Oh, you should get like a market group." He's going on and on about all this stuff. Like, you have to think hard about your name, because if you're gonna spend all this time and start this company, you gotta have this name. And I'm like, it's available in cart. Click. Right. Macula Tackle. That's it.
Yep. And so it allows you to focus on the finer detail. The finer detail being trying to tie a fine little line around a fine little hole on a fine little jig. So that works out pretty good.
Yeah, that and the name just sounds fishing related as well. If you don't know what a macula is, it still sounds
like something in the fly fishing world.
Kind of, yeah.
And then we're throwing a macula,
and we're very close to Halloween. The macula, the Dracula,
And if you don't take good care of them, there's moisture in your tackle box and they rust. That'd be macular degeneration.
Dale with a win.
Boom.
I like you guys. So I like watching it so much.
Dad joke mic drop.
Yeah, right.
But that's kind of the name. So then the next thing was obviously starting a company because I'm building jigs and everything, trying to get now a logo. That's a whole avenue.
Oh yeah,
big time.
Yeah.
And that was probably like where, as far as my daughter, my wife, myself, my son didn't care. And my oldest daughter is in Fargo. So she's kind of out. Well, her husband actually does some of my CAD drawings right now. So it's super cool that I'm trying to keep everything in family as much as I can. And, but coming up with the logo was a lot of arguing. And just stupid things. My daughter is like, it should need to be simple. It's just got to be simple. Look at Nike. It's a swoop and whatever. And then the only thing, believe it or not, like in this eye, right here, like Iron Man, there's a dash there and a dash there. Because in the human eye and some of those pictures that I put up on Facebook and stuff of like a close up of a fish's eye, just like the coolest thing ever. And you can see there's little halos and stuff in the eye, and it's like, I want that. Because I want that. That's it. And oh my God, I mean, like weeks of arguing about this because it's going to be harder for people to put it on. Maybe it's going to be harder for somebody to, put it on a hat and do it on a shirt and a sweatshirt. And I'm like, but I like it. I like it. So I'm doing it. So
she would have hated my design.
Yeah, right. Right.
Full color fish scales in the background.
Yeah, you're not yeah.
So that was like another hurdle that was jumped, and it was like, okay, well then, starting a company, then you need a website. How the heck do you do a website? And that's, I mean, right now it's like, it's kind of one of the coolest journeys that I've ever been a part of. I mean, obviously being a parent is the number one. That was like huge.
Overrated.
My next step is grandpa, by the way. So in January, my daughter is actually having a kid. So I will be grandpa.
Congratulations. I have been dodging that bullet like Neo from the Matrix.
Yeah. So, anyways, yeah, we, slowly and surely we're getting things ready, but we somehow came up with the website and then getting photos and getting hype, this, that, and the other thing. And it's like, I was using these for quite some time before we actually launched our website. So as far as Macula Tackle online, it's since August. So we're only a little over a year into the website being on. And one of the coolest stories I think I could ever tell, and actually this guy was at the show yesterday. And so I just started making these, and I got invited to be a seminar speaker down at the Minnesota River Valley in Fisherman Group in Apple Valley. And you go down there, and it's the longest standing fishing group club or whatever in Minnesota. And there's probably somewhere anywhere. I know they have a lot of members, but as far as who comes to the seminar, I think there was like somewhere close to 40-ish people. And I had one box because we didn't have the website up. We didn't really even have our name or logo yet or anything. But I had a handful of these jigs, and it was a springtime panfish seminar. So I'm just in my lane, and I'm just talking about spring pan fishing. I'm like, well, hey, I also did at the end of the show or at the end of the seminar, if you guys are interested, I got some jigs here. You've seen them as I passed them around, but I basically told them, I said, it doesn't matter if it's my jig or anybody else's jig. It's very important to make sure that knot is in the right spot.
Now let's transition into actually, this is perfect because what the heck are you holding? What is a Macula jig?
Okay, so I'll get back to that story, but I'll talk about it. So the shape on this size, this was the shape of the size 8, and it's very close to the shape of the size 6. The large eyelet, very easy to get your line through, super easy to tie. Anybody here use a Palomar knot, or any watchers use a Palomar knot?
Hi.
Yeah. First time you're like, cold hands and whatever, windy outside, and you go, and you get your line through a traditional jig, and you're like, yes, wait. Dun, 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 and you start playing that game. Now I got to get back through the second time.
Well, that's when I go to the loop knot.
Yeah. So it's no problem with us. Yep. But this was the coolest thing. And this honestly was almost a secondary. I mean, I already had the eyelet eyelet. I almost did it to myself. Close.
Oh boy.
We have the eye, but that part of the eye is our rail. And I'm huge on fishing horizontal, so I never really thought about the functionality of this until testing early days. And I'm like, I was out on a lake close to home with my son. He was like 10 at the time, and we're basically using a similar shape of pinched on lead, just something to use. And we had fish on our Vexilar like crazy, and they weren't biting at all. And I'm like, crap, my jig sucks. And I'm just going, well, wait. And I reeled up, and I was kind of looking at it, and I'm like, well, why don't I just do this? And I went to vertical. We'll try it. Dropped it back down. I was like, boom, bluegill. My son was running around on the ice and stuff. He has his own Vexilar, and I'm like, Cole, you got to make it vertical. And he's like, I see him reel up, and he moved the knot, and we continued whaling on bluegills. And I'm like, holy crap. And then we ended up in Patrick's neck of the woods like the next weekend, and we were up by actually Cohasset area. And it was horizontal big time up there, and we were getting everything and just kicking butt. And actually that's where Cole's nickname was developed, is we were out fishing with a bunch of people, and it was kind of later ice. So, a lot of holes stayed open. You just kind of walk around and hole hop and try this and try that, and didn't have to have a Vexilar, but, and when you'd hit the break and get off the deeper edges, it was good to have one. And Michael Thompson, a lot of people know who he is. MT was kind of cruising around on the ice and then not catching anything. And then Cole would come behind him, and almost every hole that the MT would leave, Cole would go right behind him and catch a fish. MT would look back and move to another hole, and Cole would come behind him and catch another fish. And he's like, this kid's got like a fishbone, he just catches fish and everything. So that's where the nickname Fishbone was born.
That role's usually reversed with MT.
Yeah, I was just going to say that was a unicorn moment right there.
Yeah. But I mean, Cole knew the angle, and that's what we were working on with Macula Tackle. And at a young age, he grasped it right away. And it was lakes around home. And he was like one of them stubborn, like kids that you would love to just punch, even though, on the ice as a dad, because
Smackdown Outdoors does not condone punching with children.
Because open hand.
Because he was so good. And then what would happen is he would get cocky. And because he had a jig and he knew the angle that a lot of people didn't.
Yep.
So you'd watch people walking around on the ice, and there was another lake closer to home when we got back, and somebody that lived on the lake came out, and we kind of knew where the fish were kind of migrating and moving, and this guy's like, yeah, there's no sense in fishing until the trees, right about three fingers, then they'll start. So he's just walking around. He's got his Vexar in a hole, and he's just drinking a beer, walking around the ice, and then some fish started to show on a screen, and he couldn't get them to bite. And then he's sitting there, and Cole's pulling a fish there, and he'd go over there, pull a fish there, and finally this guy, and I'm watching this whole thing from back, and this guy's like, these stupid fish, they just won't bite, and he's like, hey kid, why don't you come and see if you can catch this fish or whatever. So he reeled up, and then Cole walked over there and dropped down there, thunk, and this guy, he's like, whose kid is this? And I'm like, I'm sorry, he's mine. And he's like, do that again. And so this guy's like 65, years old or close to retirement age or something. And he watched Cole catch 3 fish back to back. And he's like, what are you doing? And Cole's like, moving my knot on our jigs. And he's like, I never thought of that.
Yeah.
And he's like, and I have to watch like a 10-year-old kid just come windmill 3 nice crappies right out of the hole that I couldn't get them to go. So little tip for all those viewers, the 6 or 7 that are still here.
You got a couple more than that.
Okay, I can't see because these cheaters are more for the close-up details. So I see 3 blobs over there. I think you're looking at me still.
Yeah, we're here. So you can obviously move it horizontal, vertical, which sometimes, I mean, it is a horizontal bite or a vertical bite. I've been there, I've done that, but I've also had to tie on a horizontal or a vertical.
Yeah, you have
jig.
one.
So
or the other,
that's
It's
awesome.
2 in 1 basically is kind of what we're shooting for.
Yep. And then, I mean, the biggest thing is like Jeanette here. I can't wait to try these. You know how many times I'm using what I'm using isn't catching anything, but I don't want to change because I can't stand tying on a new one. So the
new
whether
my
it's
phone just
windy,
went new follower.
Yeah, right. So whether it's windy or you can't see that well, or just your fingers don't work that well, whatever it is, it helps out that whole area right
And
there.
it's crazy to me because I mean we haven't been, with our company, we haven't been seen by everybody. But it seems like every show I go to or any place I go to, you run into somebody that they're like, I need that because I have rheumatoid arthritis. My fingers just don't work. Hannah Hudson. Oh my gosh. She was like, I have to have your jigs. She's like, she's been through everything health-wise. And I think at the time she said she was going through like different chemos and such. And it was like, she said, my fingers feel like they're on fire balloons. They're like, I can't, and then shaking too. So there's a lot of factors that go into having something that's easier for you to fish. But like that, Jeanette was just saying, 100% was Okoboji on a pre-qualifier tournament for the NEIFC. And I'd never fished there and I'd heard about it, but wicked clear water and wicked fussy fish. And they've seen it all because everyone in Iowa, that's kind of the lakes you go to. And I was pre-fishing, I was sight fishing, and I'm horizontal, and I look down and I'm like, oh crap, there's a nice gill coming. And I'm working it and I'm working. I'm like, come on. And he just sat there, and the stupid bluegill's fins are just like, and then the jig would turn a little bit, and the fins would stop, and he'd kind of creep forward, and then the jig would move a little bit, and he'd back up, and I'm like, oh my God. And I'd always heard about Patrick Smith, who used to work at Thorne Brothers, about having to develop this. It was like the Boji bounce,
Okoboji swim.
Something, and how those were like the smartest fish, the hardest fish to catch. And I'm sitting there working this fish for close to 10 minutes, and I'm just getting mega frustrated because I'm like, I'm going to make you eat what I'm putting down there. And he wouldn't. And finally, I'm like, screw this. I reeled up, went to vertical, dropped it back down, same fish. Okay, boom. Immediate. And I'm like, oh.
Yeah. I mean, and here's the thing. If you're somebody who, maybe this jig isn't for everybody, right? Like if you have to stick with your quote unquote tried and true teardrop shapes and this and that with regular blah, blah, blah. You don't need a big eye. Okay, cool. But you have, if those people never buy it, okay, cool. You have a niche market that you are going to do very well with, because if you can't tie a knot, you can't go fishing unless you have somebody else do it, and they're not always with you, So they're going to go out, they're going to catch fish. they're going to have success.
Yes.
And then slowly, the dirty secret is the people that didn't think they needed it will end up buying it from you because they see the success.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have a winner. And I remember the first time you told me about it, you're like, I have something, blah, blah, blah. I'll show it to you. And you hinted about it. And I'm like, okay, I have another buddy with a wacky idea. Here we go. And then you showed it to me finally. And I was like, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
100%. Yep.
And there's so much more in the works that we're doing. Yeah. Apparel, it's nice to have some apparel to sell at shows and everything. It was actually kind of cool because today we actually had some apparel sales, and it was people that from last year at the Hardwater Expo who tentatively tried our jigs. Try. I love that word. Oh, well, give it a try. And I'm like, try. I've caught thousands and thousands of fish on these ice and open water. So I'm like, there's no trying. I did all the trying. You guys just do the catching. You just pick your pretty color and you go catch fish off these. That's all there is.
Any jig will catch fish, right? I mean, all the jigs out there catch fish, all the lures catch fish, but you actually solve problems. You solve the one that goes the horizontal, the vertical, horizontal without having to retie,
and the easy
and
to tie.
then the easy to tie, no matter if you can tie it or you can't. I mean, even the people that can have no problem retying or not. Well, this just made it even easier to do it and quicker to do it.
Yep. And and right now we did add a size. So this is like a blown up version of our size 10. And I mean, I just came off of a show and I've said it about 1 million times. So I'm just kidding.
Yep.
But anyways, the size 10 is a 1/48 ounce.
It's a tiny one.
Yeah. But 1/48 is kind of like one of them. I wanted that weight there for a reason, because I fish a lot of shallow water weeds and I don't want something too crazy light because I still want good control come ice fishing. So the size 10 fishes awesome to about 15 feet of water. No problem. I never once tied a tungsten jig on last winter. Not once. And the deepest I fished was 24 feet of water, but the fish were 19 feet down anyways. And then I actually just went up a size and I went to the 1/32 ounce. So our size 8, a little bit bigger hook, bigger plastics, fish is a little bit deeper. Yes, it's not tungsten. Sorry, people. It's a work in progress. If somebody wants to fund me about 15 grand,
here we go.
Do we have 15 grand? Yep. Do we have any takers? Go fund me, or what's the other one? I mean, we can get it done, but everything takes money.
Shark Tank.
Yeah,
right.
They need to see dollar signs before they invest in you, and it's kind of hard to show that when a lot of
that is the weird thing about that show, right? Not to get out too off track. It's like you already have a like almost successful product before Shark Tank is like
you finally made it. Now we'll invest in you.
Yeah, now we'll take some of your profits. Now you've done all the work.
Yeah,
it's like, what? Who is this show for?
Yeah,
well, it's harder and harder these days to get lead. And lead does fish different than tungsten, and I hold on dearly to my old ice jigs that are made out of lead.
Yep,
for good reason. And you're a diehard panfish guy too, so I know dang well where we're going with this conversation. You got to tell me about time because you got to give me a countdown. I could ramble on for hours, and you know this.
How much time do you need, Alan? Because you're up next.
Okay.
We'll get you in there for a little bit.
But every so I could switch over to bismuth and be less toxic if people, and that's like everybody's like, oh, it's toxic or whatever. Everyone needs to switch, and I'm like, how many cell phones have you dropped down the hole? There's more phones on our lake. Like half the time you drop an underwater camera down on a spot, it's like let's talk about putting something toxic in our lake. There's cell phones all over in the bottom of our lakes right now.
The Smackdown Outdoors podcast and Smackdown Outdoors and hi. I just I love the environment, and I do not speak for Macula Tackle.
Just throw your cell phone down the hole.
What?
They always fall down a hole, man.
Oh, I've got one down there,
But everyone has had a story with a cell phone.
I mean, the truth of
that's why I went swimming for mine, because I love Mother the Earth.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the truth is that eventually lead probably will get banned. Yeah. It's starting in other states and stuff. So, but it's a process.
I'm patient,
and
again, everyone would have to switch, and then
it takes
guess what?
Money on your part. Yeah.
Your upland bird hunting is about to get really expensive. People, your hunting in general, if they have to switch everything over, is going to get very expensive. So either stock up now, or because here's my like everyone's like, oh, it's toxic or whatever. It's like metal and water, is getting rusty. I'm more afraid of stepping on a rusty hook than I am on a lead or a tungsten or a bismuth or a tin or a zinc or a whatever, some other composite in the water. I don't want a hook in my foot, so I
don't care what's connected to it.
Just
let me step on a hook.
And again, when it comes to like a lot, I did have that question a lot at the shows is, are you tungsten? Not yet. Can I get there? yeah, it would have to be an investment. So
Yeah.
everyone, if it ever comes to Minnesota or the whole our part of the ice belt, hold on to your everything. It's gonna stuff is
If you
gonna
were
get
a
expensive.
regular jig guy that was just buying jigs and painting them,
Mhm.
yeah, you could get tungsten.
Yeah.
Because you're not, but you have a completely different hook
Platform.
design. So it's a specialty piece.
Yep.
Specialty mold, specialty. So
Mhm.
it's not just go into Alibaba.com or whatever it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, those jigs look good.
Yep.
Order 10,000, paint them up, sell them.
Yeah. But real quick, I didn't want to lose train of thought. Like when Pat and I were talking about this, is that, you know, lead does fish differently than tungsten. Tungsten
Yes.
being so dense. And I saw this last year. My friends watching my little video that I put out. My daughter was over my shoulder and we're fishing. And hey, speaking of Katz Koverz and losing stuff down the hole, obviously you got a good guy coming up right behind me too.
boy.
But
Okay.
you know, I was showing in the video a fish coming in on the Vex, and then it was like, here we go. And then when they do that lunge, you know, everyone loves that. You see your line just shrink and then expand because that fish is lunging on it. And I usually drop my rod tip. And if you have something that's way more dense and heavy, especially in shallower water, that crappie or bluegill or whatever is hitting that, as soon as you let off, that they feel that it's heavier than anything they've ever put in their mouth that's floating in the water. So lead is going to be completely different because of its weight, and that I dropped my rod tip and my line just slack like crazy. And in the video, you can actually see my line swimming away because the fish didn't care because it couldn't tell because it was a little bit lighter of a jig in its mouth. And it's like, doo, 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 and then all of a sudden, it's going the other direction.
Yeah.
So there's different fishability, different functions when it comes to your weight. And now with zebra mussels being very, you know, like in all of our waters, it seems like it's almost everywhere now. They just found Buffalo Lake out by where I grew up, you know, oh, zebra mussels in here. I'm like, woohoo, finally it's going to clean up. It looks like sewer last year. But now it's like, okay, now I have a
Remind me
heavier.
not to go swimming.
So yeah, if I have zebra mussels down in the rocks and have a jig that falls faster, I'm just going to get snagged in the rocks quicker and lose my bait anyways. So there's a reason for having things that might be a little bit lighter. So I am going to look at some business stuff just for that, you know, that slower fall rate. But, you know, I don't know. There's as fishermen or people that enjoy this, and the more you do it, the more you pick up things and you look at them everything differently, especially when you have a tackle company or a new one. So you look at every functionality in shapes and weights and everything. There's a lot that goes into this. It's not just like, I'm just going to put something on there and then away we go. So a lot has kind of went into the Macula Tackle.
Gotcha. Website maculatackle.com.
Correct, sir.
You'll probably be at St. Paul.
Yeah. And actually so the next two shows coming up. So the Blaine one, I actually, because, you know, when you're selling a small end, so like a fishing rod, you know, you can make a little bit more money. So every time somebody will come buy a jig from us, I'm like, woohoo, a quarter, you know, whereas a fishing rod, you're like, woohoo, $10, you know, so it's a little different at a show. So if you have to pay for a booth and you're on your own, you're going, oh my God, I'm gonna have to sell literally hundreds of packages of jigs just to clear this. And then make a couple bucks. And as soon as you start making money, guess what? The state just sent me a letter. Hey, we see you've been selling some things. Can we get some money now? It's like, yeah, anytime you, and these guys are nodding like crazy, right? That's awesome. And it's like, as soon as you start to be like, hey, I think we're almost there. I'm like, what the hell's in my pocket? Oh, the government. Oh, what the hell's in my pocket? The state. Oh, what the hell is there? Oh, it's the website hosting company. Now you have to pay an accountant. Now they're digging in. It's like, can I just make some money and do better things and more things and help people?
All right, calm down, Alex Jones. Calm down. Gotta bring him back in.
Rein it in.
So Blaine show.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
St.
we
Paul
also,
show?
and so we partnered with Billy Rub Baits for both.
Cool.
For those next two shows. So then you'll see two small companies that are helping each other out at the shows. And then
big shout out to Billy Rub Baits, by the way.
Bill is a cool dude. Yep. So that's kind of us, maculatackle.com, online Macula Tackle. You just type it in, especially when you start typing in tackle afterwards. I should come up.
I would hope so.
I don't think there's any others. Otherwise I did try to tell as many people as I could at the show. I have a little page, not a group, a page. You know how groups are. Everyone just bitches about everything. It's like, so the page is what's working now. And it's just, I keep adding a couple
Literally,
people.
that's the name of it, is what's working now.
What's working now. So go fishing, get done, got some pictures, obviously. but not instead of just peddling product or anything. It's like this is a depth of water. This is a water temp. This is how I did it. This is whatever. These are the baits I use. If it works, it works. And if you have your confidence bait, buy your confidence bait.
Yep.
If you have your constant confidence jigs, buy the confidence jigs. If you want to try my jigs, try my jigs. We're here for you.
Yep. Awesome. All right.
Cool.
Thank
you, Corey.
Now you're kicking me out.
Yeah,
All right,
get out.
perfect. Thanks,
We gotta-
everybody.
We got to show Alan some love here. He's been helping us out all weekend, and we want to make sure people know about his rods. Kichler custom rods. Bill Katz is in the building. He's going to be coming up after Kichler here.
Oh, hey, late breaking news. We have a viewer from Sweden.
Whoa!
Oh my God, hello.
Yeah,
Hi.
multi-international.
Yeah. How's the game going on over there?
Victory for the Vikings.
It's said and done.
Done.
Nice.
Done, baby.
Skull
6-1.
Vikings, let's win this
6-1, baby.
Skull Vikings, honor thy name. Whenever Alan is ready to be on, he can tell us to put him on the camera. Hey, Skull Vikings, let's win this game. We've officially reached the part of the show where we go
are
nuts.
delirious.
Kichler. Oh my God, did that not work out good? Skull Vikings. Let's go. What up, Alan?
How you doing?
Good. Tell people about your company. We're not going to waste any time.
Kichler Custom Rods. I specialize in basically super fancy rods, high-end
Super
wraps.
duper.
Yeah, super duper. Real fancy wraps. Don't let that fool you. They still fish amazing.
Yes.
They're built, sure, you know, they look really cool, that kind of thing. Like this one's all marbled, it's hand painted. This is actually one of my personal ones. They're designed for those people that I want to step up with what I have. You know, I really like this style rod, which that's what I try and do.
Yep.
I should move this so I can see you guys.
You don't need to see us. Look at the camera.
right.
Oh, at the camera. Hi.
Yeah, it's fine.
But basically it's I do really fancy stuff.
Because there's a lot of custom guys out there, that do this, and they build a rod in their basement or their garage or wherever, and they put the components together and they sell a rod or put out a rod or whatever. You are the guy that I love going to. You're a buddy, but still, you do awesome work, and they look spectacular. The one we're giving away here, I mean, the details you put into it are fantastic.
Yeah.
So, that's one of the things that sets you apart.
From
from others.
And my thing is so I have a couple of, I actually have 3 rods that I do myself. I actually hand tune them. And when I say hand tune them, I will literally sand them down to what you want.
Mm-hmm.
So like that, or I have my Black Ice and my NCR. Those are, this is an NCR right here. So it's got a fairly soft tip, and I can adjust that tip according to what you want. So say you want it a little bit more softer, I can sand this down. And a lot of people, they're like, sand it down. Yes, I can sand this down and make it a little softer for what you want. Mm-hmm. Or I can shorten it up. I can make it a little, little stiffer. Like this one's a little bit stiffer. This one is a 34 NCR. That one's a little bit more. I can adjust that to what you want. This one, you can see it's a little bit, changes where the bend point is. Mm-hmm. Still got great backboard. I'm reefing on this thing pretty hard.
Yeah. I mean, when you're building, and we're not going to dive deep into this, but you are truly customizing the rod down to the blank itself. And like you said, if you want, you can go over there and work with you, and you can shave that thing down. You can test it. Goes this enough? Not a little more. Shave it down a little more. Shave it a little. Okay, perfect.
Yep.
Leave it right there. Don't touch it.
And that's one thing that I do. So I build all of this stuff out of my basement.
Yep.
I have a shop down in my basement. So when you come over, and when I say I build, I'm the only one. I'm the one-man band. I do everything myself. I go through them. Say like, this one, for example, this is my tight lining rod, with a schoolie, you can see, a little schoolie. I actually worked with Derek and Lawrence on this. And I had an idea about this handle on here with the butt on the end. And you can see I got another one right here. But with the butt on the end of this, and basically what it is when you're using the schoolie, you're usually like this. So you can see how my hand is, it forms back into the palm of your hand. So when you're there, you can get all that leverage. The rod isn't doing this on your hand. It's not slipping out. It's hitting there. So if you got a pretty good fish, I mean, I'm reefing on that sucker pretty darn hard. I don't know if you can see that, but I'm reefing on that.
You're always maintaining contact with the back of that handle so that it's immediate.
Yep,
There's
it's
no
right
delay at
there.
all.
You know it's in your hand
Yeah.
when you set that hook. Well, this is a 18-inch, and I can make this any length that you want.
42.
I can make it.
Hey, I've seen weirder.
Okay.
Good luck.
That's-
Good luck
and
tight
that's-
lining.
That's one thing that I do.
Binocular.
To set up a camera.
Yeah, you're tight lining over
Yeah.
there by Bill, huh?
Yeah, right.
Let me know when it slacks.
Oh, we got a fish. Look at this. We got a fish
Yeah,
on.
we got with the dead stick up there.
That's one thing that I will get it out
It's
of the way.
good. You're good.
That's one thing that I will say. I will make it any length that you want within the blanks that I have. If I don't have the blanks, I'll find it.
Yeah.
I'll find a blank and I'll do what you need. This is one that I just made. Now, I wish you could lift this. You're going to lift this thing later on. This weighs nothing. This one, as they were saying earlier, has an indicator on it. So you can see, and that is tied directly on. I like short indicators. I don't like that big long one sticking out there. I like the short one. I want instant reaction. Boom, set the hook.
Yeah.
That's the way I am. This is a 32. I can make this down to an 18, all the way up to a 24. So this one, 23. This is a 23. Yeah, up to a 24. I use lightweight fly guides, and that's another thing. I don't know if you can see that, but I did do when you cut down you actually cut down your schoolie, and I actually have one over there in the box, that green one, but you cut it down and you cut that first, on the shoelies, they got a little plastic guide that's on there. You cut that off and you can cut it down. And I don't know if you can see that, but you can see I sanded it, and there's two little notches that stick out on them. You cut those off to also. So you cut it and it fits nice and round right to it. Yep. You don't have like that one. You can see how it's pretty big. Mm-hmm. And I can make this bigger. And I've actually done it for, I think it's Dan Rawlings, I think it was. I think that's who I did it for. But he wanted actual grooves put in here. So it actually sits down in there, and it is a complete smooth all the way around. You can't tell the difference between where the schoolie is and the rod is, or the cork is.
Yep. Talk about some of the other features that you do that maybe somebody else doesn't. Kind of a couple inches above the handle, I would say, is one of those.
So something that I do now, I'm going to pull this one out, and
excuse me while I whip this out.
Doug's gonna drool over here.
Yeah.
He's been threatening to steal this thing, but
I'm gonna.
This is actually one of the first black ice I made. Now it's changed over the years. You can see this one doesn't have as much backbone.
Yep.
But I want to see somebody do this with their rod.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It goes right back.
You'll do it once. Yeah, I love the black ice. That's
Now the new ones, you can see it's still straight. I can't hold it still, but this one I've done that a million times with.
Yep.
This one happens to be
it's Wonder Bread.
It's Wonder Bread.
If you can't see it, he's got a Wonder Bread pattern on there. That's why I want.
And it does glow.
Yeah.
Something that I did on these. So these rods are so noodly. So what happens is you're always taking your hook and you're running it down, and you can see this one's a power noodle. But when it comes down and it's hooking down here, on a power noodle, it's not so bad. You can see that stayed there. But when you put it on a black ice, these are so noodly that you actually have to load it up to keep that little jig on your hook keeper.
Which you never leave your rods loaded ever. So this is a genius idea.
So some of my tournament guys out in Wisconsin, and that was Jordan, Derek, and I forgot who it was, but they came up and they says, well, why, everybody puts their hooks and they bury it into the darn handle.
Yep.
And eventually, as they pull that out, they're pulling that cork out of there. Why not put a cork hook keeper? So this one, and you can see on this one also, why not put a cork hook keeper? So the first ones were just a piece of cork. So this is one of the first ones. The new ones, I don't know if you can see it, but it's a little shinier. I actually coat that now.
Yeah.
So when I coat that, it's fairly solid. You can bury that hook in there. It stays there. Now, whether you're using a schoolie, inline, spinning reel, whatever, you can leave that line loose and it's just flopping on your rod. And a lot of guys, they'll take that rod and they'll put it in their, when they're on their four-wheelers, they got their trunks on the back or the rod holders or whatever. You put that in that rod holder and that line has stayed on there and your hook is buried in here. It's not flying around. So when you get to your next spot, you just pull it off, pull the hook off. You're ready to fish already. That's one feature that I do. And I'll put that on, like this one here is actually an NCR, which NCR stands for non-conforming rod. This one is,
it's a Patrick.
Yeah.
I don't conform to the law.
This one here still got a soft tip. So my NCR rod is one that I make myself. It's got a great backbone, and I'm reefing on that pretty good. It's still got a soft tip. So what I always say to the NCR, it doesn't fit into the norms. It doesn't like, oh, I'm going to just buy a tight lining rod, or I'm going to buy a perch rod, or I'm going to buy this. This here, if you were going, this is designed for if you were going to buy one rod that covers all the bases from pulling crappies, perch, walleye. And when I say walleye, I've caught up to 26-inch walleyes on this. It's still got enough backbone. You've watched me do it.
Other than that, use your drag, folks. Use your drag.
Then use your drag. Exactly. That's what it's there for. You should, if you're going to spend the kind of money on rods like this, then, on really high-end rods, you're going to have a good reel. Right. I don't get super fancy with the cork handles. And the main reason why is most people are going to do this. They're going to tape them on. Why do I need to go super fancy with the cork? You're never going to see it. I mean, sure, this one's got some fancier cork, depending upon if you put reel bands on, which this one has reel bands.
Meanwhile, he always like experiments with mine, apparently, because mine always come out different colored layers and stuff.
Yeah,
and
you're the guinea pig.
And I'm like, God, I don't want to put anything on here because it's so pretty. But yeah,
so that's the NCR. I have the black ice, the NCR, and then the tight liner. But this here was, so I got my Sullivan Tip Down here, and you can see this. Everybody's into the dead stick rods.
What's your dead stick rod called? A dead stick, stupid.
A dead stick. So I have two versions. I have the walleye one, and then I have a panfish one. So the walleye one, which that's up here, this was the original design. So when I say original, I did a solid cork handle, and my thought process is I wanted to be able to put it in the tip down. Well, I didn't have my tip down at that time. I knew I when I built this, I was like, slapped it together. I built it, right? The handle, this style handle is too big and doesn't quite work with the tip down, because with the tip down, it actually has to slide in the tip down and tip drops. So it slides in there. So you have to go with a reel seat. Now this is actually mine. This is actually, I went a little overboard on this. It's a little more fancier. I got all more thread work up here, and then I got a really fancy acrylic reel seat. This is the walleye one, and this is the way it works now. And you can see this thing's pretty darn balanced. I still got the orange tip on it, the orange bead on it. And you can see that loads up pretty darn nice. And I know, and Doug will testify to this, these things work really well for even big fish. This is the identical rod, not the rod, but identical to what he got his 28-inch on.
Yep.
I've caught numerous over 25s on these. I go to Lake of the Woods a lot, and that's the way I do it. Without getting super technical, one other thing that I do is I static test or load test all of my rods to find out where, because I hand tune these, I have to find out exactly where those guides need to be. So I have a line that's just some braid that I wrap it around the end here. I run it through the guides, and then I have a 2-pound weight. No, it's not one of those kind of 2-pound weights that you know
Find in
a
walleye's belly?
No, it's not one of those. No. But it's a big 2-pound weight, and I put it down on the table, and I'll put my guides on, and I just hold them on, and I use a little ring that I hold them on with, and I'll load up that rod to make sure that when the line is going through all the guides, it's not choppy. It's nice, smooth transition through the rod. That will help. It gives you such a different feel when you're reeling in. That's another reason why with this one, that Wonder Bread one, you can see that one has only one guide up here, where the new ones, you can see that I changed the guide spacing.
Yep.
And the reason why was because it wasn't a nice, smooth transition. I didn't like it. I haven't had a lot of them break. So, well, with the exception of Doug.
Hold on.
Slam them in a car door. What do you think?
I would never fall on top of one of his rods and snap it at the base. Don't let him tell you otherwise. Go on.
So, I do reel seats also. So this is just a basic reel seat. I do those kinds. I do split grips, but a basic rod. So if you were to just get just a plain basic rod. So this is actually Stephanie Lawson.
Okay.
This is actually her black ice. This would be a basic rod with a full wrap.
Yeah.
Okay. Basic rods will start at about 100 to 110 for the most part, depending upon what you're doing. And then they go up from there. If you do a split grip, if you do a, the cork hook keeper, if, depending upon, full wrap, if you're marbling, a lot of those, that's where the time comes in.
Yeah.
Another thing that I really do, and I'm a big supporter of it. And actually when David Scheidler from We Got Your Sixers here, I'm a big supporter of our veterans and active service and inactive. And so if you're in a firefighter, if you're a policeman, ambulance, or military, first responders, any of them, if you order a rod from me, and if you want it, I will put the American flag wrap on it for free. And I know you have one of those.
Yeah, I got one off of a raffle at
David's place. Yeah, you bought it from a raffle. Yep.
Or a silent auction.
So I truly believe that you guys already paid for that wrap. So that would take that rod and bring it down from, say, $140. It would bring it down to $100.
Yeah.
So
$140. I think I spent 160 on it. Dang,
it's for charity.
God, I know it's good cause.
Yeah. So this year I didn't raise my prices as of yet. Yeah. It really depends upon how things going. Right now, my supply chain is doing really well. I can get, for the most part, I can get stuff. Wait times are roughly 2 to 3 weeks right now, but people are now placing orders. Matter of fact, that's why I'm actually displaying ones that I've made for other people.
Yep.
This one here is one that I'm actually giving away also.
Okay.
So
somebody at home, all I got to do is share the live stream.
Well, they need to go to my page
and
like
Kichler
it.
Custom Rods. Yep.
And if you want, you can comment on it, love the rods, whatever.
Yep.
Like the page. This is a 32-inch NCR. And there, like I said, I went with the NCR because then anybody can use it.
Yep.
Other than that,
How do they get a hold of you?
so I'm on Facebook. My phone number's on there. The best way to, I actually have a post on there. It's down further. I'll pin it back to the top. That explains, how to, all the rods I make. I make any kind of rod.
Yep.
So I also do summer rods. If you have a rod that you really love and I go, man, I'd love to do something fancy like this one right here. This guy, I'm not going to say his name, but he was a 101st Air Assault. And this is one that he wanted. He was a serviceman. He actually got a little discount on it. I think this is his 4th rod that he's got from me. And when I say fancy with thread work, this is all thread.
Yeah.
This is not stickers. The only one that is different are these two, because this one is hand painted marble. Of course, the Wonder Bread, you can't, This one here, which is an NCR, you can see. This one's actually getting put in a rod building competition. I'm not allowed to say where it is yet, because it would be kind of an unfair advantage for me. But I wish you could see the colors in this thing.
Yep. It's nice. It's nice looking.
So,
Alan, on when people are choosing a rod, split grip versus not split grip, what's the benefit? Like, it's like personal choice, or like that was one of my hangups when I ordered. I was like, you're like split grip. I'm like, what does it do? I don't know.
Okay. There's a couple of things that I say with a split grip. One, when you're using a split grip, say like this one, I hold like this, and everybody sits there and says, oh, don't do that. A lot of times I'm holding like this. Sometimes I'm like this. I personally think that with a split grip, and this is why I don't use like EVA foam. I don't, foam to me, they put foam in things to deaden the vibration, right? That's my opinion. So I don't put foam. So I use cork or the real seeds. With a split grip, I personally feel that when you get the bite, it resonates through the rod and it comes all the way through the rod, and you feel it more in the handle. That's me. Otherwise, it comes down to personal preference.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I personally, my personal rods, most of them, almost every one of them is a split grip. They just feel more comfortable to me. They balance better for me. I mean, I don't get much more balance than that.
That's nice.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. And I used to make longer. This one, you can see the difference in the length of the cork. I used to make longer cork handles. Some people like, and I'll do that too. If you want a 10-inch cork handle,
two-hander,
like I did one for Jeff Butler, a veteran out in Wisconsin, that I sat there and he wanted one for a veteran that couldn't feel anything. So I made him, it had a 14-inch handle on it, so he could strap it to his arm because he had no feeling in his arm.
Cool.
So,
yep.
But again, Facebook.
Yep. Kichler Custom Rods, Kichler, Kichler Custom Rods. Thank you for hanging out with us all weekend, basically.
Thank you.
Being camera guy and all that good stuff.
Thank you for everything that you've done for this show. I think you guys got a really good thing going here.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Sir.
Yeah, thanks for all the caffeine.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, big shout out, Alan Kichler, Kichler Custom Rods.
Got re-entered for that drawing because
go show him some love. Go ahead, Bill. Set on up. We got Bill. Oh, you're gonna steal my bucket? That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. We got Bill. Oh my God, he's breaking everything. Goodness gracious. We got Katz Koverz going to set up and show us Katz Koverz and everything else he's got going on. We got Frank Welsh. How you doing, Frank? Thanks for stopping by, checking out the show. This is great. Great job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you all out there for hanging out with us for the weekend. We're having fun. We're seeing all sorts of cool stuff. We're learning a lot of stuff too.
Home stretch.
Yes. Yes, we got Bill's our last in studio guest, and then we've got Burtec Ice. So we got back-to-back wheelhousers showing us cool stuff. So yeah, make sure you share. You can still share to get entered in to win all this stuff that we got going on, gift cards and tip downs, tip drops, custom rods, all that good stuff. So share away. If you hear from me this week, you won something. If you don't hear from me by probably Thursday, Friday, if you don't hear from me, you didn't win, but I do appreciate you sharing and supporting. Big shout out to the sponsors of the show, Clam Outdoors, who was our very first vendor on Friday. Thank you, Matt. Thank you to the whole Clam team for supporting us, as well as Glacier Ice Houses. Patrick?
Yes, sir.
Come on, come up with one little fun fact about Glacier last time I asked.
That looks new.
Oh my gosh, there's so much.
Oh, I saw
can't
that.
pick one
I know
out.
what that is. No,
Just that we really take a lot of great pride in every house that we build.
perfect.
I
I'll
mean,
go with that.
Yeah.
I'll go with that.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, geez,
And of
yeah,
course,
yeah.
the building that we're sitting in right now, Thorn Brothers here on 65, Highway 65 in Blaine, Minnesota. Stop on in. They're putting out ice fishing gear as we speak, and they pretty much have everything you need. So stop on in here. And yeah, thank you to all the vendors that have been here so far. Make sure you all are all supporting them. And
Might not feel like it today, but it's close.
Yep.
You know how fast it turns in the upper Midwest.
Yeah, we never know. I got to start seriously getting my stuff together.
Same.
Yeah.
Same.
Which I'll be able to do now that the show is wrapping up.
Right,
and,
yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
I have time for it.
Yeah,
So,
it's time to put on new line and just
Yep. So
de-
whenever
declutter.
Bill is ready, you can throw on the headphones.
the one time a year I do try to organize.
right.
Time.
Right.
Then once it gets into the season, forget about it.
Yep.
Jigs are going to be where they're going to be.
Testing. Check 1, 2.
Oh yeah. Check 1,
I can
2.
hear you.
Good to go.
Check 1, 2. Look at you. Hi. What's going on, Bill?
Not too much. How you guys doing?
It's like
Good,
Thor
good,
over
good.
there.
Can you turn
Yeah.
me down some?
God,
My
love-
headphones.
man,
My
hot mic,
headphones.
hot
My
mic.
headphones.
Oh,
my
damn.
headphones.
Hot
My
mic.
headphones. Test. Okay, cool. First off, if we've heard a bunch of people mention the Landcastle event.
Oh,
Well, hi, you're pretty much Mr. Landcastle. So
unbelievable.
yeah,
This year, this year's the biggest year ever. Well, we actually grow every year. This year we had over 180 fish houses, approximately 500 walk-ins through the 2-day period. And we had over 50 vendors in our vendor area. It was just phenomenal. A couple of great bands. We had Big Boar Barbecue. We had some little fair food, corn dogs, cheese curds, that kind of stuff. We had a beer truck out there. And yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah.
Real good time this year.
awesome. So quick shout out to that.
Yeah.
Figured I'd get it that way, especially since all
Landcastle.
these other people were mentioning, oh yeah, we were at the Landcastle thing. Well, here you go. Here's the guy to talk to about it. So
Yep. Like I said, this year was our 6th year, going on 7 next year, and everything is open. You can get your tickets now. Landcastle.com, Landcastle Summerfest.
cool. All right. So Katz Koverz has expanded a bit,
Yeah,
not
a little
just
bit.
Katz Koverz.
Yeah.
Firstly, supply chain issues this year. Are you ready?
Not too bad. Things are coming in pretty good. I've got numerous vendors right now that are they're really looking for their winter stuff. They want to start early.
Yep.
They've been looking since September. My supply chains have been pretty good. Last year was a different story, but this year's pretty good. I can come up with just about all my products now.
Nice.
So everything's made right here in Minnesota. So except for my cases, but
Yep.
I order them early.
Yep.
So that way I get a giant bundle. I just got my inventory in for those two, so I'm full of those.
Good to hear because wheelhouses are still growing like mad.
They're
and
not stopping.
It's one of those corners of the ice fishing that it's like, what is going on over there? It's exploding.
Every year we're getting 1 to 2 new manufacturers,
Yeah.
but then you get some that drop out. But I want to say there's roughly about 13, 14 different manufacturers right now.
whether it be a wheelhouse or a skid house.
Yep.
And they just do a great job. It's all what you want.
Right.
They'll make exactly what you want.
Yep. And the thing with your product is there's things like the Blackhole Ice Shack and different sort of houses like that, and that are taking advantage of your product. So
yes.
Yeah, the glaciers and so on and so forth are great to have, you know, helping your product, but all of a sudden these new little niche-y product things that are popping up, it's like, oh yeah, well there's another market.
The one guy that's been out for a while is Canvas by the Stitch.
Yep.
He's got the foldovers, and he uses catch cover products, and he was one of the first ones that actually bought from me.
Yeah.
And yeah, we go stuff like that. We had Blackhole out at Lancaster, and they had 4 or 5 shacks out there, and yeah, my covers will fit in them. No problem.
Perfect. Well, let's talk about said covers. Run the folks through it.
Said covers. I invented these 2010. Wasn't sure how they were going to go. And obviously, I'm going on 12 years in business now, and they're still going strong. Like I said, they're not slowing down making fish houses. You've got the
that's true, Patrick.
That's true.
They're still making ice houses.
Still making ice houses. And in those manufacturers, you've got 2 different brands. You've got the Ice Castle brand, which is the fish hole buddy. Then you've got Catch Cover, which is in every other brand, every other fish house. And I make my covers to fit both the fish hole buddies and the Catch Cover style. And all it is just a diameter offsetting of where I put these little tabs in.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm going on almost 12 years now, and it's a lot of fun. Meet a lot of great people.
Yep.
A lot of really nice people. Some that they'll buy. Big thing is they'll come by my booth and they'll buy. Oh, I just want to buy 1 or 2. Okay, no problem. The next year they're coming back. Give me 4 more.
Yeah.
You know, and and a lot of times it's word of mouth. My buddy's got these. I gotta have these.
Yep.
You know, and
well, there's also the, you know, I don't really need them.
Yeah.
You know, and then the
Till
dreaded,
they come back.
and then what happens?
Till they come back.
Then
and
they
say,
need them because
guess
I
what I
lost
did, Bill?
my phone.
Drop my phone down.
Yeah.
I like guys like you.
Exactly. Like, I'll see you next year.
And what I kind of pride myself on is I am the most affordable cover out on the market today. There are a couple other brands out there, but I've actually stayed at the same price point for a little over 11 years.
That's incredible.
You know, and which was good. You know, everybody says, well, I'm going to make something. I'm going to make $1 million. I'm not out to make $1 million. You know what? The people that I meet, the stories that I hear, I go out and have fun. People see my shack out there. They come out, Bill, hey, we got those in our shack. You know, and that's the kind of stuff I like. You know, plus when I got these going in my shack, got it right from my daughter. Dad, you're not taking the kids out unless you've got them. Why do you think I made them? You know, I lose stuff, and those are the horror stories that I hear about little kids stepping in a 10-inch hole.
Yeah.
You know, and then I kind of ponder to myself, wow, you must catch a ton of fish to have a 10-inch hole.
only the big ones. Only the big ones.
Yeah, only the big ones. Yeah. But that's one big story that I don't like hearing, but it's stories that I've got a lot of customers have come to me about it.
Yeah. Middle of an adult, middle of the night.
Night.
Turn on the lights. You accidentally step in one, and I mean,
rattle reels going off.
Yeah, Alan's got the drinking motion going on.
Hey,
yeah. I mean, middle of the night, you step in one, ankles, knees, hips, legs. I mean, it is a hazard to have an open hole.
Yes, it is.
So I don't don't take offense to this. I don't give a crap what cover you buy. Just cover the hole.
No, just cover it up. Exactly.
Yes.
That's where I'm at too.
Yeah.
You know, these are strong. They're made out of polycarbonate, which is virtually unbreakable. I can take this and just
the Blaine show.
Yes.
I stopped by. I saw you, and at that point, I'm 50 pounds lighter now. Thank you, everybody. I was 255-ish pounds. I was in cowboy boots, and I got up on your little display. I was bouncing around. He told me to jump. I didn't want to, but I did little hops, and that's directly on it, and it didn't crack. It didn't even creak. No. It held up just fine, and I'm sure those display models have been stepped on by everybody.
I still use the same. I've switched. I'm probably on about 5 years, just because they get they do
Yep.
get a little scratch, and you
Yep.
take care
And
of
I've
that.
seen
but-
bigger boys
Oh,
step on those things.
well-
Alan Kichler, he's got them in his house.
Yeah,
And
I
Alan's-
remember when
yeah.
Alan bought his from me.
Yep.
I've got a guy that was at the St. Paul show, and I just kind of pulled him aside and I just asked him, I said, just by chance, what's your poundage? 455. And I said, could you just get up here and stand on these? And he said, no, I don't want to break them. And I says, you're not gonna. He got up there and started bouncing on it and bouncing on it. I had people coming around him. I'll take 5.
Yeah.
I'll take 4. Give me 2.
We're currently answering Jared's question. How much weight will they carry? Well, at least 400 and some
Yeah.
odd pounds. So you're good to go.
Right. You know, and like I said, going on 11, almost 12 years in business now, and just having a great time.
Yep.
Having a great time.
Since how much did we mention a price on those?
These are $21.95 on the website right now.
A piece or
Yes.
okay, $21.95 a piece.
Yes.
Okay, and once again,
And it is designated on what kind of fish house you have, or I mean, what kind of hole you have. Do you have the fish hole buddy? Do you have the catch cover? Do you use the sleeves? Don't you use the sleeves?
Yep.
So
Yep.
it's all that.
yeah, because typically they're just flat right now, the ones you
Yes,
have, but
these do.
typically there's little tabs
Mhm.
that they're not just glued; they're actually basically welded on.
Right.
So these are just not completely put together. So depending on which one you have,
Yeah,
the
and these
size
what
of it,
you know, and then what the little tabs do, they actually set right inside the covers, and they won't let it slide out.
Yep, awesome. So that's the Katz Koverz, and you got
Oh,
the carrying pouch.
I've got
you got
this
yep.
is okay. So this is the clear one that we got out. Obviously, for any time, you can obviously see the bobber in there. But what I found out, I had guys coming to me saying, you know, I like fishing shallow water, and I don't want any light to get down. Well, solve that problem. I got a black one,
blackout,
total
Nice.
blackout.
Mm-hmm.
And these are just starting to go out pretty good. You know,
Yep.
guys just want to use them for a couple of holes.
Yeah.
Well,
Even there's times where you're in a lake, a super clear lake, say Mille Lacs.
Yeah.
During the day, at night, whenever, sometimes that does make the difference. I know we've all been in our portables, and it's like, turn the lights out. Let's, because there's fish there. They're
Right.
not biting. Well, try turning the lights out. And sometimes that's all
You'd
it
be
takes.
surprised.
That's all it takes. Because you get light shining through 2 or however many holes. You got spotlights down there, and the fish are just sitting outside that spotlight going, nuh-uh.
I'm not.
No, I'm good. And if you can black that out, then they're like, all right, let me go check this out. Yep.
So then what else I've got here, people are talking about storage. Well, this was a few years down the line. Well, we came up with storage. This was basically, at one time, it was a tip-up bag that were no longer available. I bought all that he had, and I bought a lot more. And the good thing about this, you can store your covers inside this tip-up bag when you're not using them. But then when you're in your fish house, you pull them black covers out. You pull 5, 6, 7 of them out. What are you going to do with them?
They go on the top bunk or in a drawer.
Exactly. But wouldn't you want to?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you want to use that drawer?
Yeah.
So you take them. You take them. You can put them right inside this bag.
Yep.
Zip it up. Throw it in the back of your truck. Now you got that space underneath that counter. You got that cabinet open.
Yep.
You got that top bunk open.
Yep.
You don't have to worry about it.
Got that top bunk open so I can put more crap up there in Alan's house.
And also, what's that? What's the new that new tip up that came out? The iTip up, the round one.
iFish Pro.
iFish Pro. This will hold 2 iFish Pros. Also.
Oh, there you go.
So
nice.
There's more options than just your covers with this with this bag.
I remember when you came out with that thing.
Yeah.
I says I want one, and I ordered it right away.
Sure.
Yeah.
And that thing is
Alan
a lifesaver in my house because I take them and I throw them in the truck.
Yep. That's exactly what Alan does.
Yeah.
Puts it in the back of the truck.
Yeah.
Yep.
Those have gone over really good. What else do we got? Okay, so everybody's got this plug, the 7-pin plugs on their fish houses, right?
Yep.
So I was notorious, obviously, unplug it from the truck, take it and wrap it around the tongue of the truck.
Yep.
I know they've got the metal holders and stuff now, but I wondered why isn't there a rubber boot that would go over that, just like the little flat pins? Well, here it is. I've had it out for a few years now. It's a rubber boot that fits right over that plug. In the package that I've got here, comes with a little clip, and what you do is you mount that clip on the side of the tongue of your trailer, and then you can just snap this right in there when you're done using it. What I do is I put a little dielectric grease in there, keep the contacts fresh because you're going to get bugs and crap and dirt and stuff in there. But that's what this plug's for.
Yeah. Which you should actually do anyway,
Yeah.
regardless if you're using a cover or
Yeah.
anything like that. So
Yeah.
Just a stupid little simple product that everybody should have.
Solves a problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Solves a problem.
Yep. Just a stupid simple product.
Now on to the newest one. I saw your jaws dropping when I pulled it out of the box there. Basically, this is what it is. It is a holder for propane tanks or buckets. When it's got a little lip right here for your pickup truck, so you can set it down in the pickup truck and the tailgate, close the tailgate right on, and it'll lock it in. I've got, I wonder if this picture will, if I can show it up to everybody there. There's basically what she looks like.
Yep. And then
it'll hold 20s, 30s, and obviously I got a 5-pounder in there, but also I got a bucket over on the end. And I had one in all winter long last year.
Yeah. So
in
then
my truck.
So you have it in there like that, where the lip's going over, and now you take the tailgate, close it, and they don't move.
Correct.
Yep.
And they're also good for the side by sides because they got the
little tailgate back there.
tailgate back there
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Work the same
Yeah.
exact
Where
way.
I throw mine in like a 5-gallon or a milk crate.
Milk crate.
Yep.
Let it
Because
flop all around the truck.
Well, when I go camping, my truck is packed. But the reason I do that is so it doesn't go flopping around and hit something else. And we're talking about a 20-pound propane tank, and there's something sharp in the back of my truck. At some point, I know it's going to hit it, and you'll go see me on the news. Man goes flying 1 mile away because his truck blew up. So,
what?
That's pretty slick.
Those are not on my website yet. I'm working out some packaging and stuff. Right now, they are available up at Macula Unclaimed Freight. They're available at Smoky Hills. I will have them at the Blaine Ice Fishing Show and the St. Paul Show. Like I said, I'm working on packaging for the shipping on that right now, though.
Yeah.
And once that gets all squared away, I'll have them up and running on my website.
Yeah. I don't know if it will or not. Will it hold a gas can? Maybe
certain ones,
the old round metal ones, maybe.
Well, those for sure, but a smaller 1 or 2 gallon will fit in there for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. The smaller ones it will.
As long as it's not tall. I mean, it's the tip factor. If it's not round that fits it, you get something square in there that can still tip over if it's too tall. But.
And they do come in lots of different colors. I got green, purple, orange, black, red, blue.
Yep.
And one thing we found, especially we found at the Land Castle show on my display. Now this is just for the ice castles only. The catch cover style is too small, but if you take this and flip it upside down, it'll fit in your ice castle hole, and you can use it as a slusher when you're drilling your hole. Keeps all the snow and stuff in.
Oh, instead of it flying all over the place.
Instead of it flying all
so
over
if
the
you
place.
if you do like the reverse thing,
Yep.
flush it down that way or push it down.
Yep.
How about that?
Bonus
when
feature.
and that was just a dumb luck feature.
Right, yeah.
Dumb luck feature.
Yeah.
But yeah, it fits perfect in there.
Well, it's only, you make something, and I don't care what industry it is, it could be electronics or fishing or hunting or whatever. Next thing you know, it's like, oh, by the way, I've been using it this way. And everybody's like, oh,
Yeah.
That's what that's for.
Yeah, creators don't even realize it. There's a lot of that stuff in these electronics, for live streaming and things that
Right.
after it gets out in the world and people start using it, then all of a sudden you see the YouTube videos, secret hack for this piece of equipment.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah,
exactly.
I mean, it's
How much are those?
Those are they're 20, 1995.
Yep. Not bad. Yeah.
These are $24.95, and I believe the plugs with the clip is $6.95.
Okay.
That's good for those propane tanks, man. I hate having them things right all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
It's the worst.
It's awesome.
Well, like I said, I carried one around all winter long last year in my truck, and it did not move at all.
Yeah.
I got 30s on my fish house, 30-pounders, and
Yeah, even a 30-pounder, which is taller too.
yep,
Mhm.
yeah,
So-
that's what's in the picture is the 30-pounder.
Yeah. No, that's awesome.
Very cool.
What else you got? You got anything else?
Nope, that's all I got, man.
No, that's awesome.
So,
Yeah,
that's
very
all I got.
cool.
Yeah. So Shows.
Obviously, the Blaine show coming up here the third week in November. St. Paul show coming up first weekend in December. That let's see, I'm at booth 133. I'm kitty corner from Joe's down on the main floor. Booth 106, right when you walk in the front door at Blaine. And Landcastle, you can find me running around on my golf cart. I'll be there again.
There you go. Landcastle, if
Yes.
you want to be a vendor or a guest or however, how do they reach you for that?
You can just get on the website, landcastle.com, Landcastle Summer Extravaganza, and there's a spot on there for vendor sign up. Everything is open right now. You can purchase your tickets for the event. It is this year, it is the third weekend in September, at the 14th, 15th, and 16th, I think. I don't have my calendar.
I'll
with
look.
me. But yeah, it is the that weekend, and it runs Friday and Saturday. Check-in, obviously, there is a spot for early check-in Thursday nights, or if you want to come early Friday morning. But there's a lot of stuff out there for the kids to do. We had a lot of good family response this year. Everybody brought their kids out. We got
So it's a family-friendly event. It's
Very
not.
fan-
It's not Woodstock '99.
no.
September 15th, 16th, and 17th.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Awesome. Check out katzkoverz.com.
Yes.
Don't forget, which sometimes I do, and then I end up sending the email to the wrong place or it rejects it. There are no S's in Katz Koverz.
It
There's
is
Z's.
KATZKOVERZ.com.
Awesome. Bill,
Yeah.
K's and
you're a
Z's.
good
Guys.
dude.
Thank you, Bill.
Hey
Outstanding.
guys,
Yes,
this is awesome. I mean, you're number 2 of it, and it's going strong.
Yeah. Number 3.
Well, there's 3.
technically,
That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
third
3 technically.
Third
Yeah.
year. Yeah.
Thank
yeah,
you.
Oh no, it's
So,
great.
Appreciate it, sir.
You bet.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
guys.
There you go. Katz Koverz.
Very cool.
Yes, sir.
Propane tank holder is cool, man. That's
Yeah,
clutch.
yeah.
That's super clutch.
That's
He showed me that
very
last
cool,
year
very
at
cool.
the Blaine show. So I was like, yeah, that's pretty neat.
Yep, put
That's
that in the
pretty
things
neat.
I didn't know I needed category.
I'm trying to only pick up a couple of things a year, and I fail every year.
Yeah,
My
well,
wallet hates me. Anywho, up next we got John Sampson, and he's going to show us what Burtec Ice. You wheelhouse folks, are you tired of banking in your wheelhouse? Well, Burtec Ice has a pretty darn good solution. So, first and foremost, thank you to the sponsors of the show, Clam Outdoors, Glacier Ice Houses, and Thorn Brothers. Thank you to our assistant, Alan Kichler from Kichler Custom Rods, that's been helping everybody out this weekend. Alan, thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
We appreciate it. And thank you to all you out there watching. You can still share to get entered in to win a whole bunch of stuff, gift cards and custom rod, and you can go float tubing with Patrick.
Yeah,
So-
it'll be a fun time.
Yep. Yep. Will do, John. So if, with all that being said, if John is ready, give me a big thumbs up and we'll bring him in. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. What's up, buddy?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good, good. Thanks, Bill.
Hey, John.
Did you want me to? You didn't want me to bring in that other laptop, right? That's just a monitoring deal or something like that.
Nope, I was just watching the prior segment finish up because I can't watch it on my phone and shoot it from the front camera or back camera or whatever. So technology works so
right.
good for me. So this works perfect. So I can hear you. I just can't see you guys. So I'm
Oh,
ready to
lucky
rock when
you.
you're ready.
Yeah, you don't need
right,
to see
right.
us. Yeah, yeah. All right, so we got Burtec Ice. First of all, introduce yourself a little bit and your background, and then we'll roll on into Burtec Ice.
Most certainly. So my name's John Sampson. I've been involved in the ice castle, ice fishing community since about 2016 when I bought my Lake of the Woods 2016 8x16 crank house. So I've been fishing out of that since then. And it's just been an excellent journey. I've been part of the Ice Castle Owners Group just about since I got involved in ice fishing. And through that, I've just had some great opportunities to meet some great vendors. I was looking at the lineup that you guys have had, and I'm excited to be part of the lineup. It's just been just really exciting to see this industry grow in the last 6 or so years. And just every year, seeing new products coming to the market and products that have been on the market getting enhanced and made better. And I was, as we were talking here backstage, talking about this is a little bit painful in the pocketbook because every year there's something that I didn't have the year before. That when I buy things for my ice castle, I kind of have two demands it has to meet. It's got to make my life more convenient and comfortable, or make fishing easier. And now that I've got my little girls fishing with me, safer. Like in the last segment we were talking about, or Bill was talking about, things going down the hole. And now my kids are at that size and age where they're fishing with me, but they're really small. As a side point, I just ditched my 10-inch auger for an 8-inch auger, and just one of those safety things. I don't think we can overstate how important safety is in our industry. And so it's nice to see that vendors have things that are coming out that are enhancing safety and things like that. And from the convenience side, I guess I'll just kind of roll right into Burtec. I went a number of years creating mountains of snow in my wheel wells and banking, all the way around my house. And I don't have a big house; it's just an 8x16. But to spend an hour or so banking, if there's good snow, that's just a whole lot of work put into something that doesn't specifically put fish on the ice. And if I can pawn that off to the guys I'm fishing with, I'm happy to get in and start fishing.
And that's why I love
banking.
this product. Hold on, John. That's why I love this product, because when I go fishing with Al, I don't have to be the guy out there banking in the house.
The shovel. Start
Exactly. Yeah, usually it's my dad out there for about an hour, banking. So really, I've saved him time by putting these Burtec wheel well covers and the frame wrap on my house. And and so I've had these on my house now for a couple of years. I first got the wheel skirts or covers, I think it was about 3 years ago. Got them at the ICOG annual event there, and I got those ordered up. And that was an immediate enhancement just in my fishing, just from not having to create mountains of snow in my wheel wells, to then at the end of the trip, now I don't have those wonderful ice chocks that form from that bank snow that create hassle when everybody's trying to get on the road on Sunday to get home. So these products have absolutely saved time. They're just durable as heck, and they've absolutely fulfilled that category or that requirement to make my life more convenient in every single way. So money very well spent.
Yeah. And the nice thing about this year is we're outside and we can actually see it being put on a house. Unfortunately, I'm guessing you didn't shoot a deer today like you did last year. So there wasn't the last minute rush. So we can actually see it on the house and you can do some demoing. So have at her.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've got just an extra set of a wheel skirt here, just so you can see the front and the back side of the product. So these products are made of 100% waterproof nylon. That's front and back. They are actually seam sealed during the manufacturing process, so you're not going to get water penetration into the insulation of these wheel skirts. I've got a pop-up portable that I fished in time, and that lets plenty of water into the insulation. And you go out on the ice and that thing's this big around, and then you get home and the thing's this big around, just barely fits in the truck to get home. So these wheel skirts are absolutely not going to do that. You get done fishing with them, shake them off, and maybe when I get home I pull them out, let them, just the ice or snow that's on the outside just kind of dry off in the garage, and we're good to go. I'm not having to bring a whole thing into the house and dry it out in the bathtub or anything like that. So they are durable as heck. You're not going to get water penetrating into the insulation. They're super easy to put on the house. I'm just going to set this one aside. They are attached with magnets. A couple key points about the Burtec product specifically: they use more magnets than other products that are available on the market. The magnets are powder coated, so they're not vinyl wrapped or anything like that. They're powder coated. I'm sorry, the strike plates. I want to make that clear. The strike plates are powder coated and color matched to the unit that you buy it for. So, white ice castle, I've got white powder coated strike plates on there, just to kind of maintain that good visual appearance. And then along my diamond plate, they're silver. So the strike plates go on. We use a 3M automotive adhesive on there, and then they actually ship with a small tube of glue. So for the installation process, you clean up the area, and I just use a little rubbing alcohol after I washed everything down. So I got a real good clean surface, scuffed it up a little bit, and then put that adhesive down, put the strike plate on with that good automotive adhesive. I was fortunate, I'll say, to do this install inside my brother's heated shop. So everything was nice and warm, dirty but warm when I put it on. But there have been plenty of stories of guys who put them on the lake. They put them on in their driveway in the middle of winter. So as long as you have some sort of heat source to get that aluminum or just your siding material warmed up a little bit so that adhesive goes on nice, you'll be perfect. The magnets are sewn into the covers, so there's no way that magnet's coming free. There is a little bit of play in the magnet, so if you're not 100% perfect on your placement for your strike plate, that magnet's going to find it. Burtec has probably about a 5 to 6 inch spacing on their magnets, and what they found by doing that is they have had very, very few, I don't know if there are any truly documented incidences of wheel skirts flying away. Certainly anything can happen, but these adhere very strongly. I was up on Lake of the Woods a couple years back. It was 30 something below, blowing 30. These things didn't even budge. And so they're going to stay there for the duration of your fishing trip. Pulling them off is super easy, of course, and then they just fold up. I hope I'm not walking out of frame too bad for you. But then they just fold up, and I just toss them right in the bed of my truck, and I'm good to go. When I get to my fishing spot, banking my wheel well is as difficult as that, and I'm done. So it is a whole lot less work than shoveling for a half an hour. So that's the wheel well skirt here. Burtec makes it for all the wheelhouses. If there's something funky, even home built units, they can make custom sizes for home built units if folks are going that route. And like I said, they look darn near brand new from even when I bought them a couple of years back, and you have used them on lots and lots of trips. I also wanted to talk about, and I hope you guys can see this okay, the frame wrap. So that's going to be down here. Same material, same manufacturing process. And this stuff is all made here in Minnesota. So these frame wraps just run right along the bottom of the steel frame there. Because it's steel, I don't have to have strike plates there. So that's kind of nice. But they go on really quick. I was looking back at some pictures. 2016 was a very low snow year for ice fishing season. I didn't have any of this stuff in 2016, and I probably just suffered with some more drafting issues. Now, even if there is really good snow, I'll go out during my setup. And again, this is as hard as I'm working to bank my house. I'll throw that on there. I will kick a little bit of snow on there just to kind of seal it up. But again, that's as long as it takes me to bank my house. One note that Carrie Westfall, who owns Burtec and makes these, they have a sewing team that they work with so they can do the best they can to meet the demand currently, which is really high, which is a fun problem this time of year. One thing she wanted to let me know is that for folks who are going to have their houses out, let's say in one spot for a duration of time, we want to get to that kind of banking mindset. They will make the bottom of the skirt longer, or let's say this whole unit taller. It's just tall enough that you get a little bit of overlap onto the ice, but not so long that you're going to deal with freezing issues or things like that. But if somebody has a custom need where they say, hey, by this point in the season I'm going to be at this height, I want it longer, once you place your order, you just talk to Carrie and they'll make them longer for folks that want that.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. I mean, the stuff as a guy who doesn't have a wheelhouse, but goes out with, Alan Kichler and other friends that do, the ones that have the wheel covers and the skirts and stuff, I'm truly grateful for that. So as the guy that wants to just get up there and go fishing, I don't have to break out the shovel and start going around and banking in the house that's not even mine.
Right. And
You're
as
gonna be
the
using it,
guest,
you slacker.
I know. I mean, it's technically my rent, but if they want to spend a little bit of money and pay my rent for me,
Right,
and
yeah.
everybody
No,
else
those
that
are-
fishes,
Those are slick, especially like you said, those years where there's no snow, and then you're like
Yeah.
trying to use your auger slush, and you're, oh, there's a drift 75 yards away. Let me see if I can get some of that.
Yeah. And another thing too is, I mean, in the summertime, or if you have it stored, somewhere where it's going to get sun, tires don't exactly like sun, so leave them on there.
Oh yeah,
and
just
it protects
in the
them
off
from
season.
the
For sure.
UV in there. So yep.
Yeah, most definitely. And to that point, the sun and the just the black material. I found let's see, it was 2 winters ago. I went to Lake of the Woods for a week with my older daughter, and a couple days into the trip, I looked, and actually the sun had warmed up that cover, the wheel skirt enough that I just kind of had to push that snow back into place a little bit, just from that radiant heat, which was pretty just pretty impressive that much heat can be made in that type of those types of conditions. A couple things to take into account, for the frame wraps specifically. So I've got a Sure Step on my castle. I've got a B&B tank closure, which we're going to take a little field trip to here on the other side of my rig. If you have add-ons to the house, toolboxes, tank closures, Sure Steps, they've got kind of a process in place for taking all the measurements for those specific add-ons so that they can create those wraps to accommodate those other items as well.
Yeah, we have a question regarding frame
sir.
wraps. Magnet kits for Yeti frame wraps, because that's an aluminum, right?
Yeah, yep. So for the Yetis and things like that, they would send out strike plates that would go onto the frame, and that should pretty well answer or solve that fact that aluminum isn't magically magnetized.
How dare aluminum? How dare it?
dare they?
How dare it?
Yeah.
Dang
Yeah,
aluminum. Get your stuff together.
And my neighbor's got a wheelhouse. He's got a 24, 26 foot one with a 6-inch frame. And so he and I were just talking about, like his is gonna be a little bit different size. Maybe on his, it's an ice castle. So his, even if he has to block up, he could maybe even slide his frame wrap down a little bit for that, kind of later in the week, or if he's doing some blocking, some things like that. We were just kind of kicking around some ideas earlier when he was putting a toolbox on his, and just kind of, I guess, talking about the aspects of that when we start putting different things on the shacks. But I would say this too. I think it was ICOG 2 years ago, maybe 3, and it was a year where there's a lot of people. There was a lot of flooding that was going on, and I think it was Corey with Sven Sleeves had the frame wrap on his house, and maybe certainly the wheel skirts, but maybe it was the frame wrap. Anyway, something had frozen in, and he's just like, "What the heck?" And he grabbed it and just yanked it right out of the ice, and it was one of those things you wish you could catch on video, because it would have been really great B-reel material, like a promo video. But it was one of those like, well, if it tears, it tears, and it didn't. It held up just perfect. So a missed opportunity on the promotion side, but it was one of those like I watched like, oh, that's pretty cool. That speaks volumes about the quality of the product and the stitching and things like that for everything holding together.
Nice.
Are you on team block or no block?
So to be honest, I'm team no block, and here's why. I pretty much only fish weekends, so I'm not out for extended periods of time blocking my house up. I also don't have a plow on my truck, so I go and I set down on whatever snow's already there, and it makes it a little bit tough when there's very little snow. It'd be nice to block it up, just maybe so my Sven Sleeves sit better in my holes and things like that. But I've had buddies that have permanents out, or have one house in the same spot for a long time and help them block. And it's nothing I've ever dealt with, but it certainly is applicable for a lot of folks that do block and would need that. So
awesome.
So yeah, do you guys want to do a little field trip over there side, take a look at that tank closure? And the reason I want to do that is Burtec. Okay, sweet.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I wouldn't want to. I don't want to piss off Carrie. I mean, we want to see everything they got. Otherwise, she's gonna be mad at me.
So I'm just gonna. Is that out of the sun? That's not glaring too bad or anything on you?
You're good.
Okay,
Perfect.
Sweet. So I added the tank closure 2 years ago, I think it was. And, this is one of those absolute, once I had it, I was like, wow, I can't believe I've gone this many years without it. But one thing, that we're always trying to do is think about keeping our propane warm to make our furnaces run more efficiently and things like that. So that tank closure does a good job keeping the propane tanks protected. But Burtec makes, and I'll just rip the door piece out of here. It's just the easiest to get out. They make an insulation kit for the tank closure. So it's the same construction as the wheel skirts, as the frame wraps, things like that. But it's just custom made, of course, to fit inside the tank closure. And it takes just a couple of minutes to install. And the door piece actually really easily just kind of slides right into the door here. And the wrap that goes inside the tank closure has some magnet attachments, same strike plates, same magnets that they use for their wheel skirts. It just kind of helps keep everything in place. So what's nice about this is when you combine this insulation kit with something like this tank parka, which you can get at allicefishing.com. You can also get all the Burtec stuff at allicefishing.com, and actually the tank closure at allicefishing.com. This is a 110 volt heated wrap for the propane tanks, and I just pulled them out of the attic today just to get that set up for the video for you guys. I mean, this thing stays so cozy. Last year I bought one, and then later in the season I bought the second one, and I just haven't taken it out of the package yet because with the insulation kit and even just the one tank wrap, this thing will keep the whole inside of this box just nice and toasty warm. It's a 110 volt wrap. I'm not here to rep the wrap, but I just want to talk about why it's important. It's a 110 volt wrap, and the tank closure itself has a 110 volt pass through. So I just plug it right into the Jenny. I think that it's like a 100 watt wrap, and with the insulation kit, everything just stays nice and warm. And we hear the dangers of guys putting like trouble lights on top of their propane tanks and all sorts of, there are a lot of heating options. This one's a very safe option. And again, that combined with the insulation kit it's just a dynamite thing. I didn't have all of that stuff a couple years back when it was 30 below. And I think my trip, my furnace would have been a little happier if I did.
Well, I mean, we don't have to get into the whole thing, but the warmer the propane is, it's going to work better because and we've all been there when either the regulator freezes up or
there's been
the
sometimes
tanks,
where
I mean, not that the tanks themselves freeze up, but if the propane gets to a certain temperature, it just doesn't work like it should. And this keeps it out of the elements, so you don't have to worry when you're out there. I mean, it's I'm sure that whole system isn't cheap. I don't know the price, doesn't matter, but it's going to save you a giant headache at some point. They're
absolutely. And I don't know again how much that tank closure insulation kit is. I think those tank parkas are like $100. I've spent over $100. What's that?
Hold on. Oh, $89.95 is the parka.
$89.95. So not even $100. And so, just one other thing about this industry that I think is so awesome is when you start to see these products advertently or inadvertently collaborating with each other to make our lives easier. It's just so cool. And you're spot on. I mean, the setup of all this stuff, piece it together, but it isn't cheap. I have a buddy who bought a brand new house last year, and he called Carrie. He got the Burtec wheel sleeves or the wheel skirts. You got the tank park, you got the insulation kit, you got the tank closure and the Sure Step, and you start talking some serious dollars. But once you have it, and you're done. And he will have very few issues, just as I anticipate to have very few issues, heat-related issues, and convenience-related issues when I'm out and about. Because I just want to go out and fish. I mean, we all have limited time to get out there and do our hobby, and so the more time I can spend doing the hobby, and the less sweaty I get trying to get to doing the hobby, the happier I am.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
And a lot of this stuff is a safety thing. The covers, the whole covers, safety issue. The propane tank can be a safety issue. I mean, if it's 30 below and you can't, you lose your heater, Hopefully your truck is running. You can get your truck going. If you can't, now you got to try to get a hold of somebody, but you're in Lake of the Woods, so there's no self-service sometimes. So, a lot of the sure step, that's a safety issue. A lot of it seems like convenience and fancy, but at the end of the day, it was built for a reason. And that reason a lot of times are safety issues. So it's an investment, but it's an investment in safety. And especially when you have an ice castle or a glacier or a Yeti or any of the brands, right? Any of the brands, period. You're not going to just be in there by yourself. So you only have to worry about yourself. You're going to have your family. You're going to have friends. You're going to have random people that are next to you in and out of that thing. You should treat it like your own home at, your house. You want to keep your house as safe as possible so nobody gets hurt. Safety is a big issue that we don't think about, especially we're out on the ice and we're drinking. I mean, we all are drinking. And if somebody's drinking in your house and they get hurt, it's not a good thing. So stay safe. And if it costs a little bit of money, okay, cool. But you have to buy it once and now you don't have to worry about it.
Correct.
Yep. And especially, I fished for a lot of years with just my buddies. And it's a very different mindset going to Lake of the Woods when it's 20 below, when I'm with 3 other, 30-something-year-old guys, than when it's me with my 2 girls and I am the sole person responsible for all of us coming home. And that mindset mentality just changes. And so all these products that we're talking about just absolutely add to that risk mitigation factor and that safety factor. And I love fishing. I love coming home from fishing too. So it's all good stuff. What other questions you got?
That's all I got. I'm just glad that we actually got to see it this year in action. Because we're outside. We got good weather for the show.
This is perfect.
I mean, you're almost in a t-shirt. You got the sleeves rolled up, hanging out there in the sunshine.
I mean, it's 62 degrees. I don't have a Burtec t-shirt, so I had to go to my Burtec sweatshirt for the show. Otherwise, I would be in my Bush Light t-shirt and back to raking leaves. So no, we're really blessed this time of year with this type of weather. And I would say this too. This is a really good time to get this stuff out of the attic, to get things looked over. In talking with Carrie in preparation for this show, just talking with her about how their order bank and their order queue is growing. And I think what we saw last year is mid-season, people are going, hey, I need to get a tank closure. I need to get a sure step. I need to get those wheel skirts. And I want it now. I want it yesterday. And then to compound that with supply chain issues and material shortages and all that, I think people are definitely on the ball more this year at this time of year, getting ready for hard water season.
Yep. The website is
burtecice.com. And like I said, you can also get all of this stuff, all the products that I mentioned at allicefishing.com. And so definitely hit that. Burtec is running a special 10% discount on their wheel skirts and frame wraps and all their stuff. That runs through Wednesday. And that discount code is SmackDown. SmackDown Outdoors. Is SmackDown? Just SmackDown. All right. So it's just SmackDown. I wanted to clarify that and get that right. So the discount code is SmackDown, one word, runs through Wednesday, 10%. And Carrie says it is also capital letters for that SmackDown discount code. Another thing I would add, I've got skylights in my ice castle, which of course those are a controversial issue because they have condensation issues. I've had condensation issues with them since the first ice fishing trip. I did some other stuff with some cardboard and some and I finally said I want it to be easy. I want to put up skylight covers, when I don't want the sun beating in on me, and I want to be able to take them down when we want the daylight. And so actually I called up Carrie, gave her all my measurements, and she made skylight covers for me. They do the folks with the toy haulers. They make the insulation piece for the toy hauler door for the back, and effectively with measurements, they can make whatever folks want. So
nice.
It's a pretty neat deal.
Vent covers. Everybody make sure that your exhaust for your heater is not full of spider webs or mouse stuff this time of year before you fire it up and it catches on fire. So make sure you clean that out. I'm not a wheelhouse owner, but I know about that as a former camper. owner.
And I have the old mud dauber screen on there, but again, before I've got one camping trip left this year, Thanksgiving weekend we're gonna do. Hope for a little cooler weather. But just I think it was last weekend or the weekend before, I had the furnace up and going just to make sure that in my driveway everything works, because it's a lot less convenient when things don't work when we're out and about doing our hobbies. So yeah, it's a great point to get the furnace stuff cleaned out. Burtec does make those. I don't have the thing with the fridge and all that in mind. It's not a full RV or anything. But for people who do have that, they make all the covers for the fridge vents and things like that. But to your point about safety, you do, for folks who have the LP fridges, you got to make sure things are vented so that there aren't issues with any sort of carbon monoxide issues with that. So keep those vented, be smart. But I'm told that it's smart to cover those things up for the longevity of the appliance as well.
Yeah. Ask Carrie. Is she standing there next to you?
She might be off screen. Yes, I can run a question by her.
Hey, Carrie, Alan wants to know, are they coming out with a storage bag anytime for the wheel skirts or anything like that? Or there's your next idea. So
yeah, so they're asking, are there any plans, Carrie, to come out with a storage bag for the wheel skirts?
Possibly. Alan's been asking.
Oh, well, she knew Alan was asking.
Yeah,
but the answer is possibly Alan's been asking. So yeah, I think that they're that's the best I got. Is possibly Alan's been asking. So good question, Alan.
Yeah. All she needs is measurements, and she can have one sewn up for the right price.
There you go.
Yep. Yeah. All she needs is measurements, and they can come up with a price for you.
That's fine.
Awesome. John, thank you. Carrie,
Yes.
hello, and thank you for joining us again. You guys did a great job. And these are products that I don't personally own, and I probably will never get a wheelhouse, so I will personally never own them. But being that I go with like Alan and all my buddies that have them, I fully appreciate them and seen them in action and back them. So thank you very much, guys.
Well, and we appreciate your support. And on behalf of Burtec, I mean, I love doing this stuff. So I appreciate the invite back this year to be on your show. Obviously, coming off a Vikings win this afternoon, fans out there, it's a heck of a great Sunday for us as Vikings fans, and couldn't have asked for better weather. And Burtec will be at certainly the St. Paul show. I'll be there helping out with that. Are you guys doing the Coon Rapids, the Blaine show? They'll be at the Blaine show. Any others I can tell folks? And possibly Fargo. So Blaine, St. Paul, possibly Fargo. To see the Burtec folks there, and they'll have skirts there. They can obviously take orders there, answer all the questions, and you can get your hands on the products and just feel what makes them so high quality and what makes them truly an investment for our hobby. So make sure to catch up with us at one of those shows.
Will do. All right.
Perfect.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, I appreciate your time. You guys have a great rest of your day.
Awesome. You too.
All right. There you go. Burtec Ice. The
Very
last
cool.
vendor of
Pretty
the
slick.
show.
There it is.
Yes.
Just like that.
That's it. Yeah.
Yep, we'll see.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah, let's
now the weather needs to get cold.
we need to draw a name out
there
of
we
the
go.
bucket for
Wait, I gotta put my name in there 12 times yet.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't win it.
Why don't I get to be?
Yeah, you can't win it.
Come around here.
Yeah, come on around here, Alan. All right, so this is for the Kichler custom for the ones that were in the studio. The rest of the put it over here so people see it. Get your hands out of there. Get your hand, drop them back in there. Da-da-da. I want to make sure this is kind of show that there's more than one in there. Whatever.
I'm looking away.
Yep.
Looking away.
Avert your eyes, children.
Okay.
All right. You got one?
Yep, I got one.
You got one. All right. This is for the Kichler custom rod. It's the
It's pronounced Luganville.
34-inch power noodle. Big thank you, Alan. I do thank you very, very, very much. Who's the winner?
You ready?
Yeah.
Looks like Eric Nath.
Eric Nathy. Eric Nathy. Yes. Eric Nathy.
Congratulations.
Actually, he lives up in your area, so you could probably meet him.
Here, I'll leave
So
that.
I'll let you get a hold of him. Perfect. Yeah, and
come to Will Call to collect your prize.
I've known him for a long time. He runs a farm. He's a hardworking dude. So, a super good guy, and it's nice that he won it. Yeah,
There you
no,
go.
I get to hunt it too. Then, actually, the dude is a hell of a bow hunter and a superb archer, like tournament archery.
Wow.
Can shoot. He has taught me, huh? Yeah, you might actually. Well, his kid's at hockey, so. But he's a great archer and tournament guy. Knows what he's doing. Taught me a lot. I've shot a lot with him at different shops and stuff.
Cool.
All right. So, final thoughts of the show, gentlemen. I thought it went pretty darn good. Couple tech issues. Surprise! It's the internet.
Like right away the first day, but after that,
we switched the laptop, switched the board. It's been clean.
Yeah.
So,
And those tech issues weren't definitely not as scary as year one, and even less than year two. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Now that I know
we
how
kind
to
of know
handle
what we're
them.
doing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So anything else? Any final thoughts? Like any products that you guys
just a bunch of stuff I gotta find money for.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just this show is always, I got a 4-hour drive home, and it's a nice reminder of just how close the community of ice fishing really is, and we saw a lot of that this year too. The cross branding, oh, this company makes this. Well, I make this for this company, and they appreciate that, and it's just it's a very unique community that we have, and we should cherish it, and it's a lot of fun.
Yep. Take care of each other. Be nice to each other. Stop the bashing. Stop the stupidness that we see on the internet. If somebody catches a 26-inch walleye and they're bragging like crazy because it's the biggest walleye ever caught, get on that train of congratulations.
Yeah. I mean, Dale and I heard, I don't know, 7-8 times about a 28-inch walleye, and we still like you.
Yep. It's my show. I'm the main host. I can brag all I want. Yeah. No, I'm just grateful to be able to put something like this together.
Yeah, it's fun.
I tell myself every year I'm not going to do this. To be able to put it together, to be able to have it enjoyed by people, to see, I mean, the amount of, love in the comments right now as I'm speaking is incredible. This was made because we couldn't have a booth at the St. Paul Ice Fishing Show, so we were determined enough to say, what else are we going to do? And we put it together, and I am eternally grateful to the vendors that showed up these 3 years. It's been amazing. I think we've had one vendor not show up for 3 years.
Yeah.
And with the technology issues that you can have on these live streams, I've had entire podcasts not go out, not be heard because of this stuff before. And it's just amazing that it worked as well as it did, So to the vendors that have now started coming in and fighting traffic 45 minutes to show their products to you for 25, and then have to fight traffic wherever else they're going.
Yeah. Yeah. That's huge.
I just thought it would be cool to just have them here so we can have a good conversation back and forth. That's awesome. People that didn't, especially the first year, people that didn't ever live stream and they had no idea what to do. And I had to do practice runs with them before the show even began to make sure that they knew how to sign in. So to all the vendors that have gone through the hassle of, and it is sometimes a hassle to join us, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We truly do. The organizations that we had come in, Hometown Hero, Warriors Quiet Water, David Scheidler, David. We got your 6 Outdoors. If you weren't here at that when he was here, he gave me a challenge coin.
Pretty awesome.
That is giant. I've only received one other, and that was from Tony Tessing and Hometown Hero Outdoors. Not everybody gets it for just hanging out with military guys. No, you're being recognized for what you do for them. It's not something I set out to do, is to get challenge coins. It's not a Pokemon game to me. So when I actually get one, it's what? Like when Tony did it for me, and if you notice, it's always done in a handshake. And I happened to see it coming from Tony in the hand to me. And I just was like, "Are you serious?" He said, "Yes." So to promote those organizations to you all out there, it's the least I can do. And I want you to help them out in any way that you can. And it's an honor to have them come in. Once again, one of them joined us virtually. So thank you to the organizations that came in and helped us out, waste some time. I'm like, it'd be a good time filler. Those opening segments get a little long, but then after doing a couple of them, I'm like, I'm so glad I did this.
Well, it's super important.
And it is. Yeah.
It's not even a time filler thing. It's just importance, awareness.
The outdoor community is huge into supporting the vets. Yeah. We're huge into it, and we want to keep doing it. There's actually here at Thorne Brothers, they've got a flag that they were given. I can't quite remember where it was flown, but it was flown in their honor. So Thorne Brothers, supporting vets, and I'm sure Clam does. I'm sure Glacier does. Without a doubt. I know for a fact they do. Different stuff for veterans groups. So please continue to support them. So thank you to them. And speaking of Clam, Glacier, and Thorne Brothers,
literally not possible without them.
I don't know what even to say at this point. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
stood by us 3 years now.
You trusted three knuckleheads to talk into a microphone
that
to
shouldn't be trusted
at the last minute, basically.
Yeah.
During COVID to promote your companies, and you continued to do so.
Yeah.
That's huge. I mean, it is huge for those companies to support us and believe in us enough to go, yes, no questions asked, do your thing, have fun. I mean, it's hard to find that. Just ask us about our normal podcast. It's hard to find sponsors for that. So for them to go, boom, yeah.
Let's do it. Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing. So big shout out to Clam Outdoors, the entire family there, Matt Johnson, Dave Hansen. It's an honor to be able to promote you guys on this show. Same thing with Glacier, Patrick, Sean, and the whole crew there. Big shout out to Glacier. They do no bullshit. Sorry, kids. They make a good house. Yeah. They really do make a really, really good house. So if you're looking for one, please do me a favor. Even if you don't end up getting one, check them out.
And I can say with all honesty, because I work in all three plants, everyone from the shop hand guys that are moving parts around to the people putting decals on, framers, electrical guys, plumbing guys, interior guys, each and every one of them goes to work every day with pride in knowing that they are putting out the absolute best house for families to enjoy every day. And it's year round. We don't stop in the summer. We don't stop. Yeah. And we just want to make sure that families are getting out there and enjoying it, and friends are enjoying it, and they're comfortable, and we take pride in that.
Yep. Do you guys got a discount code? Jared wants to know. Glacier have a discount.
You were asking about fun facts earlier.
That's
we were asking
funny.
about fun facts
I needed
earlier.
a good laugh after.
And I should say this.
Right.
We do not do factory direct sales, but we have dealerships, like I said, all across Minnesota, Wisconsin, North, South Dakota. You go to the website, you can find the dealers lists. They're everywhere.
I mean, 10% off a wheelhouse is actually
That's a
change.
Pretty darn good discount.
Yeah.
And of course, last but not least, Thorne Brothers. Gentlemen, Kurt and Ben, the owners, thank you. Thank you for, of course, the first year, we want to help you guys out and whatnot, but for you to let us come into your building and
2 years in a row,
2 years in a row, take over this room. Last year, this was the rod room. They had to cease making rods because we were here.
Come in early, stay in late. I can hear a vacuum going right now.
Yes, they closed 7 minutes ago. They stayed open. They were here 4 hours after close, almost 5 hours after close. Yesterday, early this morning, all weekend long. We try to stay out of their way as much as humanly possible. So the entire staff at Thorne Brothers that has had to deal with us in one form or another, thank you guys. And I love this store. I truly do. There's a lot of other places I shop as well. Don't get me wrong. But Thorne Brothers, if you're driving by, stop in, say hello, buy something, support them. Fly Angler, they got, if you're a muskie guy, you probably already know about the place. That's like the one group I don't have to tell about this store.
Yeah, that's for sure.
You know, everybody else, they've got walleye, they've got bass, and they've got tournament fishermen that work here.
Yes.
I mean, good tournament fishermen that work
you're going to
here.
get legit knowledge.
If you need knowledge, get down here and talk to these guys. They all know what they're doing, way more than the three of us sitting at this table. Hands down. So please check out Thorn Brothers. They do have a website, thornbros.com.
Yes.
So with that being said, our
got one thing to say.
Well, I got one more. Thank you.
Go. Okay,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you. You at home at the sports shows. You're at sports shows watching us. You are in deer stands watching us. You are in boats watching us. 1 year you are all on the ice watching us. You've been in a tractor slinging fertilizer around watching us. You've been out shopping watching us. You have been all over the place watching this show for the past 3 years. Y'all are unreal. How your dedication to the ice fishing world. I can't even take credit for this. Your dedication to ice fishing, to watch three knuckleheads talk about ice fishing.
Get a hobby. Jesus.
I mean, yeah. Oh, wait, that's their hobby is ice fishing.
Oh, wait, we are the hobby.
You guys are awesome. And I just want to say thank you for supporting us. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for spreading the word. And I mean, it's, you know, I want to take no credit at all. This is you guys. You guys drove this show.
I'll take the
Because
credit.
if it wasn't for you watching, we wouldn't do it. So, you know, it's an honor to be able to do this, a privilege to be able to do this for you all at home. So big round of applause for you all. Thank you very, 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 very much for watching us and putting up with us, some delays, some tech issues, this, that, and the other. And thank you for supporting the companies. You know, that's what this is about. The community coming together and having fun for a week or for an entire weekend. So Mike Westfall is literally in a field blind right now.
Good luck, buddy.
There. Yeah. So go get some. What you
got?
Good.
I wanted to take this opportunity. I know that we all put in our little bits and parts, Doug, but I wanted to say thank you because you're the guy. This is your equipment. You've been coming here 3 days before this thing started. You're the guy that figures out what wires go to where, how to get things set up. Like, yeah, I have a podcast, but I don't do nearly the streaming. You've got this pad here with all these buttons. I just know that number 2 shoots at that table. I don't know how to hook it up. I want to thank you for the extra time that you do after your work and after the gym to come here, set this up. I came down a day early because I wanted to help, and you're like, oh man, I got it. I think I moved like 2 things around. We did a sound check, and then I was back in my hotel room just hanging out. So I wanted to take this time right now to thank you because without your knowledge of this and you wanting to do this, this would be not here.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
For
Thanks,
you
Doug.
taking all your time to set all this stuff up, I can't thank you enough, man.
Well, gentlemen,
Crushing
I mean,
it.
this is it's a team effort.
It is,
it's a team effort because without you two, I could not physically.
I'm just
make
one of
it
them
through
dumb
throughout-
linemen.
Yeah, but I could not physically
You're the
sit
quarterback
here.
calling the plays.
I couldn't physically sit here for 3 days talking to people and wasting time and this and that and the other. So for you two to help me out with this, I mean, like I said before, you guys are my brothers, plain and simple. I mean, it you know, so.
And congratulations
Thank
on
you,
both
guys.
of you guys. Good job on your weight loss, your journeys. You both are crushing it.
Anyway, but yes.
Thanks,
So
man.
please,
I get
for
to eat
you,
whatever I want.
the rest of you all watching out there, Patrick Patches Olson, Lone Angler Podcast. Please show him some love. Dale Luganbill, Full Scale Outdoors Podcast. Please show him some love. So yes, thank you all out there. Dale, you got anything else?
Man, I think it has been said. I think we covered it. Everybody just be safe out there. And yeah, one thing with just a simple ask as far as, you know, liking and following the 3 shows that are up here, this engagement that we had, we feed off of this and we can have this all of the time. If you send Doug a message on Facebook or YouTube or whatever, I guarantee you he's responding. And I'm sure Patrick's the same way. I know I love the feedback that goes right back into the show. And we like being connected to the community. It's not we're over here separate, and
we're three normal dudes.
we just
Just
can't stop
regular
talking
dudes,
about the
Literally.
outdoors. So
We just have we decided to do podcasts. It's nothing special.
yeah, we
we're
like having an unpaid
literally normal
hobby.
people.
So
Yeah.
it's super cool.
Yeah. So, and my wife, we're gonna end it with this. My wife's checking in. You did good, boys.
Thanks, Mrs. G.
Thanks.
Aw. I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
And
she's awesome.
she's just happy that we're not doing this in my house anymore.
I
Driving
bet. She's great.
driving my dog nuts, which then she's trying to keep quiet, which stresses her out. And it was
Taco's super
So
happy.
big thank you, wife, for putting up with me. We had a long talk yesterday. I get stressed out about this. I roam around the house talking to myself a lot leading up to this. So thank you, wife. I appreciate your support on my crazy ideas. It takes a team. It takes a team. So with that being said, for Patrick Patches Olson of the Lone Angler Podcast / formerly The Broken Line.
Yep.
I made that second. For Dale Luganbill from the Full Scale Outdoors Podcast, my name is Doug Glimmerbean from the SmackDown Outdoors Podcast. Be safe out there. Have a great ice fishing season. Good night.
1